Alright, here we go. Nice. Alright. Awesome. Getting started. Alright. And 0 viewers. Nice. Okay, we are live. Woo. Okay. Just gotta set this up here. Alright. 0 viewers. Got this open. Nice. Post. Post. View post. Nice. Alright. Alright. Post. Dude. Yeah, that takes care of Tumblr, Twitter. Sweet. Rock and roll. Okay. Got the setup. Oh, hey. Hey, Rapid Punches. Hmm. Oh. Oh, cool. We got another person here. Hello, crafters. Hope you guys can hear me all right. This is kind of new. Never had a microphone or anything set up, so. Oh, anyway, I'm gonna be doing some of the Halloween artwork that I did not finish for Halloween last year. Oh, nice. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Yeah. Basically, I sketched this out, but I didn't really think too hard about this one. Yeah. I need um, let's see. Oh, yeah. Orange. All right. That's crazy. Okay, I guess my tablet decided to stop working right when I started streaming. Hmm. Yeah, granted to just a second. Oh. Mm-mm. Wild. Mm-hmm. Okay, there we go. Crisis averted. Got my tablet to work. Okay. Nice. I guess a little backstory for this drawing I'm working on right now. Uh, it's kind of based off my old neighborhood when I used to live in like Connecticut as a kid. And just lots of I mean, Halloween is always very nice unlike the East Coast with all the colors changing and all that stuff. So I always remember the kind of this street for some reason. I used to like hang out here a lot. It was kind of like in front of a park, so it was you'd have houses on one side and then like the park on the other side, a really tiny small park. And then on Halloween it'd be full of kids, just tons of kids trick or treating, like the whole neighborhood. And I usually try to draw like a lot of yeah, I try to draw a lot of Halloween stuff, but usually I kind of always start in October, which is a terrible idea because I never end up finishing stuff in October. So if I do it now, I'm sure later, like it'll blow up on like Tumblr or something where get like the most views. I'll be ready for next Halloween if I start doing this now. Darker. But yeah, I sketched out like I don't know, a bunch of random drawings for Halloween and I never finished any of them except for maybe two. Yeah, I mean Inktober is rough. I purposely just try not to do Inktober because a lot of pressure to kind of like I used to draw like things super quickly all the time, but it's mostly I've been just trying to do things that take a lot more time. I don't know. I spend a lot of time just looking at stuff and making decisions more than drawing. So, but it's definitely fun to kind of whip things out really quickly. I just haven't done it in a long time. Like at the moment, I'm more kind of trying to like I don't know. I'm just trying weird stuff that I don't usually do. So it takes me a lot longer because I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, nice. Okay, that's cool. I mean, it's definitely one way to go about it. It's kind of doing stuff. Like I used to do the same thing. I would draw like a bunch of different characters kind of interrelated. Like I guess hoping one day that I would make like comics about it or something. But I never did. But it was fun though. Like I have the secret world mapped out in my head. But nobody knows. They just see the drawings. Nobody knows the story. Like it's there. It's just not super explicit. So now I'm just kind of just laying down a bunch of random colors. Oh, that's cool. Straw Witch. Yeah. That's totally fun. Are you thinking about making games or something? Or kind of more like comics or maybe animation style stuff? I kind of jump around every once in a while. Like sometimes I think about things in terms of like if I made a game, it'd look like this. If I made a story or like a cartoon, it'd look like this. If I made comics, I'd think of something else. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I mean, games are awesome. I like thinking in terms of games. I just like it's really hard to make a game. It takes a long time. Like I know how to code and everything, but yeah, totally. Yeah, there's some characters that you just make and then, they're like destined to be in something. Mm, that is. Oh, that's rad. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Jet Set Radio. I never beat it though, so I actually have to have to actually beat the game first. But yeah, that sounds fun. Yeah. Been a while since I've actually played like a beat 'em up. Like the only one that comes to mind is just kind of like River City Ransom back when I was a child. A lot of the other popular beat 'em ups I never actually got to play. I never played like can't even think of any. Yeah, it's kind of a weird game. I used to play a lot as a kid because I played co-op with my cousin for a long time, and mostly we just end up fighting each other because that's what you do when you play co-op. You just beat on each other because it's more entertaining than beating up on the enemies. Oh yeah, that's right. We did play Golden Age and Streets of Rage. Yeah, I'm really bad at those games. Those games they're hard. Ooh. Yeah, Golden Axe. Oh no, like I remember some of the other ones too, like Castle Crashers, and I'm gonna say Guacamelee or something like that. I just never. Oh yeah, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Turtles in Time, that stuff. I used to play that on the also with my cousin back in the day, in the 90s. Yeah, Golden Axe is kind of like I don't know. It reminds me a lot of Gauntlet because that's what the characters are. They're kind of like you got the warrior, the barbarian, like a dwarf. I think you have like an elf or something. Yeah, so it's like very kind of like Lord of the Rings, but I guess the enemies are kind of interesting. But it's very beat 'em up, side-scrolling beat 'em up. Oh yeah, I used to play Gauntlet on with I think it was like Sega. I never got to play the arcade version. I played it all kind of on console, but I enjoy it a lot. Like I think about that game all the time. How much I just want to play games that are just like Gauntlet. But yeah, I don't know. Like there's a lot of nostalgia, but like those games are hard. Usually, like when I play them with emulators or something, I die like a million times if I don't have something to let me continue without actually having to like restart because I ran out of lives. Then I won't be able to beat them. That's way too yellow. Okay, so yeah, I like quick saving. I mean, I technically do it a lot in other games too. Like if any game where I can save scum, I kind of do. But I don't know, I guess I just like I recently played Skyrim, and Skyrim's not a very hard game. It's very like I found it super easy, but I still save scum like the whole game, just saving every like 5 minutes. And then if I make a time mistake, I just go back. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the old school games are really hard. It's weird because even if you're used to playing them, like if you play games now, contemporary games, then you go back, it's brutal. Like generally, the problem I have with beat 'em up games is I just can't make the lives last long enough to get far into the game. But I also remember I used to play a lot of Battletoads, and Double Dragons. That game was I enjoyed that game very much, but I was terrible at it. Like me and my cousin would play, but I don't think we'd make it past like the past like there's a motorcycle level which is terrible, where you just have to like dodge obstacles, and if you hit something, you automatically lose a life. Yeah, totally. I mean, it's weird. Like, I know a lot of people fight about difficulty in games. That they're always kind of like, I don't know. I guess the gatekeeper, right? They think like the games were. Some people think games were better back in the day because it was a lot harder and you had to put a lot more effort, but they were brutal. Like a lot of the games I enjoyed the most are probably from like the PlayStation era and like the GameCube era. Like I enjoyed like there's a lot of games that are very easy that I enjoy a lot. But yeah, I mean there's still I guess some people try to keep like the tradition of kind of like the roguelike games where permadeath is like the whole thing and you have to try to beat like this ridiculously hard game in one go. And if you fail, you have to start over and then everything's random. I enjoyed playing those a lot when I was in college. Yeah. Yeah, luckily I had so my cousin was the one who had kind of like the Genesis games. I didn't play too much of those, but I had like a lot of the simpler, like easier like Nintendo games, like Legend of Zelda or like Super Metroid, which were hard, but they're not they're forgiving because you can save and you can restart. Like one of my favorite games from my childhood is like Plock, which is from like the Super Nintendo. I love that game, but it was brutal. It was a brutal game. Yeah, I feel you. I mean, I mostly had just I had Nintendo, then the Super Nintendo, and then like pretty much I didn't have anything until the GameCube era. But that was like I had a GameCube when like the Wii came in, so people were already moving on to other games. I was mostly playing with like my cousin's consoles because he had a lot more consoles than I ever did. And then like when I was in college, I didn't have like any consoles, so I was mostly playing like indie games that were free on the internet. Lots of sweet Flash games. That's cool. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with the GameCube. I didn't get the GameCube till like it was probably like 2006 or something crazy. But like I remember the first time like I played like Smash Brothers on the N64, and then when they came out with this Melee on GameCube, I think like yeah. Oh, handhelds are fun, dude. I like when I was a child, I had hand-me-down Game Boy from my uncle because I guess he grew too bored of it, and that was about around the time when Pokemon came out. And I don't even know how I got my hands on like a Pokemon cartridge because my mom, like my parents wouldn't really ever buy games for me. But yeah, usually I just have like a console, a game, and I just play that game into oblivion. But yeah, I don't know. And then let's see. I don't know. I had like so many different kind of eras of like back in the day. Like kids would trade stuff a lot. So like either a lot of games you get by trading people games. So like the first time I played Smash Bros was like at a party where like some kids we didn't know came over. Cause like the adults have parties and then like bring their kids and then you're just hanging out with the other kids. And I guess my cousin had like this, I think it was like Ken Griffey Jr. baseball game for the N64. And these kids were like, yeah, I want that game. And we traded the Smash Bros. We traded for the Smash Bros. Games. We gave him Ken Griffey Jr.'s like Grand Slam or something for Smash Bros. Which now that I think about it, was probably a terrible trade for those kids. But I remember also did that with somebody else too for like a Jurassic Park game for like the Super Nintendo. Yeah, I remember doing a lot of trading things that, which I guess people don't do as often now. At least I don't. But also like I just remember being outside a lot as a kid. So you would technically just go over random people's houses, and they would also have different games, and then you just play their games, and they come over to your house and they play your games. Mm. Mhm. It was a different time. Um, anyway, I'm just laying down a bunch of random colors here so I can kind of figure out what things are gonna look like. Because I usually don't think too far ahead when I draw stuff. I just kind of So this house is kind of based on a house that was in the neighborhood. And that's kind of what I'm looking at over here. I have my tablet with the reference of this house. I can kind of figure it out. Throw down some colors, and then like, you know, tightening up the line work and all that stuff. So unlike, I guess what I see most people do, I kind of just straight up just draw. So I have like a sketch, and I just keep working on that sketch. I don't like redraw the lines, or I don't have like a separate layer for our line art, and then kind of make some nice smooth line art. I just kind of just I'm very sloppy, I guess. That's how I do it. So I'll kind of just start cleaning this up, and then the drawing will slowly like come to life or something. I probably also have to add a bunch of stuff to this drawing because it is kind of empty. I also use a lot of my past art as kind of reference for the art that I'm working on now. I don't know if it happens to you guys, but for me personally, like it's super weird. I always look back at the art like made like months ago or years ago, and I'm like, huh, I don't know how I did this, and then I don't know how I came up with these color choices that I did. So I kind of just go back and look at it and then use that as a guide to kind of work on newer pieces. Also, for those wondering, I actually don't use the paint bucket tool too much either. I kind of just kind of like draw it in as if it was traditional. Like I don't need to do it this way. I just do it because I don't know. I just do. I got this weird Dracula child. I don't think I've actually ever dressed up as a vampire as a kid, as far as I can remember. Mm. But I did have lots of plastic teeth. Uh, Thanks, Star Witch. Have a nice day. See you around. So much plastic teeth. Okay. Or drain. I also draw a lot of random sword drains everywhere. Because as I've noticed living on like the West Coast, is I just don't see them as often as I used to on the East Coast, and I don't know why. Like even compared to like when I lived in Uruguay, like there were storm drains everywhere. But like in Washington and Oregon, I just don't see them anywhere. So I wonder what color this car would be. Make it black, black or blue. Yep. Yeah, definitely. Like I don't know. I'm just kind of I don't know. There's tons of places here that just flood. There's just water in the streets, and like nobody cares. It's just there. There's just gigantic puddles. They just drive through them, and there's just and water flying everywhere. And it's also just randomly dangerous. It's just like you have those roads where it's like a city road, but it's like 50 miles an hour speed limit on them. And then there's just these massive puddles, which when you drive through them in a small car, like your car just decelerates so quickly. It's super dangerous. Yeah. That's the interesting thing about Portland. Like it has like the slows and all that stuff, like the little swamp areas just hidden within the city. Yeah, those puddles are dangerous, dude. All right. Throwing down more color. Okay. This probably needs to be. Mhm. Awesome. Purple, purple. Hmm. What should this house be? Uh, see what other colors we got. Around here. What? Mm, sure. Oh. Mhm, mhm. Mm, probably should add some bats to this or something. Keep with the vampire theme. Maybe give the ghost some teeth. Palette should be pale-ish. Hmm. A decent start. Hmm. Pine tree. Back. And night sky. Kind of. Mhm. Okay, I guess it's a good start mapping out the colors. Start cleaning up. And adding in the details. Anyway, thanks for everybody for showing up, I guess. I wasn't actually expecting many people to show up to actually see or watch me stream. Like I used to stream kind of, I think it was like 2017 with Rapid Punches over there. It was more kind of a community stream though. We would stream like on YouTube with, was it Google Chat or something? And we just have like, I don't know, 5 to 10 people, sometimes more, kind of all drawing at the same time, and we kind of switch the camera between everybody. But it's definitely more like a community thing. It was kind of people we knew, fellow artists, kind of all doing this thing. Like I probably should have been streaming this whole time, especially during the pandemic, where kind of everyone's just trapped at home. I don't know. I guess like naturally, I'm just not. I'm just super introverted. Like, mhm. Yeah, I mean the pandemic was totally weird. Like for me personally, like I got a lot of stuff done last year, but it wasn't art. I was doing all sorts of random stuff. Like I remember I think it was like in May or something when like in 2020. So like after a while, like where people were just downplaying like, oh, the pandemic's never gonna come over here. Like Donald Trump, like he declared like the national emergency, and that day happened to be like the day I went out for groceries, and there was just yeah, like the supermarket was filled with people just grabbing everything they could, And unfortunately, I just had to be there because I had no groceries, so I had to go get groceries, and the shelves were all empty because people were going crazy, pushing each other, just grabbing all the vegetables they could, grabbing all the dried goods. I don't know, it was super wild. But yeah, once that started, like, I started doing stuff like baking my own bread just to make it easier. So like my family wouldn't have to go to like the supermarket as often and all that stuff. So I've been doing like lots of baking during the pandemic and stuff like that. Making lots of food, cornbread, yeah, bread, banana bread, beanie bread, all that good bread. Mm, I need some car references. Oh, all right, I'll figure that out. Sick. And yeah, like a lot of my family members are kind of like, I guess, essential workers. They work for like the postal service and for Amazon and all that stuff. So they pretty much have had to go out every single day during the pandemic, no matter what. And you know, it's all stressful. Like work is already just normally stressful, and then you got the pandemic to worry about. So I've been doing a lot of cooking, so they can just relax when they get home. Make this thicker. But yeah, finally got down to streaming. So this will hopefully also just boost artistic productivity. Because it's definitely not the same thing, I guess, drawing when people are watching you, and it is when you're just drawing when nobody's watching. I definitely draw a lot slower when nobody's watching. Alright, throwing down random lines. The leaves and stuff. I'm just gonna assume this tree is kind of a maple tree or something. One of the many kinds of maple trees. Mm-hmm. Rid of that windowsill. Draw leaves. Okay, leaves, 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 leaves. Oh, drink some coffee. I don't know, I kind of just bounce around when I draw stuff. Kind of randomly working on different parts. Kind of chaotic, but that's, I don't know. That's just how I draw. Then this. Okay. Mm, mm, mm. Merge these. Alright. Alright. All leaves. Alright. Let's start adding some detail to this house. It needs some detail. Okay. Drawing door lines. Okay, door line, door line. This, and then we got a screen door. Let's shrink this a little bit. Yeah. Um, yeah, that should be. Fine. Is Oh, I actually don't know how it compares to AC Painter because I never used AC Painter. But yeah, I use Paint Tool Style a lot. Let me see. Painter. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, the reason like Paint Tool Style is because it's just very simple compared to, I guess, some of the more, because I kind of just don't use a lot of the features that a lot of the paint programs have, so I appreciate the simplicity that Paint Tool Style gives me. Uh, Yeah, Paint Tool Style is closed source. Think there's a I think it's just a single developer project. Yeah, Rabbit Punches knows a lot more about. He dabbles more in the open source stuff. I used to use a lot more kind of open source stuff back when I was in college, especially when I had like a really old computer. But yeah, I never actually got to use AC Pincher. I was mostly using. Yeah, I think I just always used Paint to Sai. I had like I dual booted between Linux and I had like Ubuntu and Ubuntu distro and just Windows 7 or 8 or something. But yeah, like I always use kind of something lighter than like I guess GIMP or Photoshop or Krita. Yeah, I totally can. I can totally demo out a couple different programs so other people can see. Because yeah, obviously, like if yeah, I mean everything that you have to buy a license for is expensive. Even the paint size, like I think it's like $50, but $50 is a lot of money for a lot of people. So yeah, I can totally try some of the open source or free stuff. But yeah, I'll put it on my to-do list. I'll we can do a I can do like I guess drawing start to finish in AZ Painter. I don't know. I don't really use any shortcuts for the most part. I'm sure it has like the standard ones that I never use, which is like flipping between tools. But yeah, I wouldn't know too much because I don't use the shortcuts for this kind of stuff. Shortcut key. Yeah. I mean, I guess you can customize your shortcuts to whatever you want. Uh, yeah, it's pretty much fine out of the box. I guess the only thing you can configure to your liking is the brushes, which I do. So my brush is not just like super, like, you know, like super fat, like the. But yeah, pretty much it works out of the box for me, so that's how I use it. But I also don't use like I don't do a lot of textures in my artwork or I just straight up just draw with solid colors. I guess the one thing you might have trouble with, depending on which tablet you're using, might be setting up your tablet. Uh, I don't know if it's such a big problem now. I think it was just with the original Paint tool SI, which has trouble sometimes with kind of like the newer window tablet stuff. I don't know, the weird window WinTab driver thing. Or Windows Ink, I think they replaced it, but I don't know. I think that might be the only thing that might give you trouble, but that's just kind of random. But yeah, my friend Rapid Punches over there is kind of they work a lot more with all sorts of different kinds of tablets and Linux and all sorts of different programs. So they just have a lot more experience kind of messing around with all the different ones. For me, I kind of found Painttool, so I was like, oh yeah, this works. And I stuck with it for the most part when I do this kind of stuff. Like I'll switch to another program if I need a specific feature, like GIMP or Photoshop, if like I need specific measurements for printing stuff out or something like that, or to have like, I guess this one doesn't have like a ruler if you want to see like what the size is on a specific thing. If you needed to make something a specific sort of dimension, like it has rulers for drawing, but not rulers for measuring how many pixels across you are or whatever. But yeah, for like just straight up drawing, this one works for me. if I need something slightly fancier, I have to go to like Photoshop or to GIMP. Yeah, and then, like I guess obviously the one thing I guess this probably does not work for is like pixel art. You wanted to do pixel art. I usually use like a different program for that, dedicated to just making pixel art. I don't know, and I guess I used this to make comics before, but it's not particularly great because also you don't have like measurements, so like I'd have to freehand like all my boxes and stuff like that, or set up a template, which is what I did for the one comics thing I drew in here. But like it works, it's just not, it's not, doesn't have like super fancy features. Like I imagine if I did more texture work, I'd probably use something else. But if you're a fan of like using textures, I don't think Paint Tool Side might be as great. It's a different program. I don't know, I guess part of it too is like getting used to programs is like a thing that happens to most people. You get used to a program and you use it a lot. So back in the day when I did have an old computer, Paint Tool Side was very good at not crashing my computer, which is why I still use it now. Like now I have a computer that probably won't crash if I ran it on Photoshop or GIMP or Krita, but since I'm so used to using Paint Tool Side, I just do, which is probably bad, but that's how a lot of things are. That pumpkin looks like an apple, uh, but anyway, like if anybody wants to see me do or work in a specific program, I can always set it up for another stream. Yeah, that'd be funny. Yeah, I don't think the guy who made Paint Tool Sai could also make the same other tool, but I'm sure they're probably kind of influence, kind of have like the same. I don't know. I guess the same idea of drawing. I don't know. Like personally, like when I draw or when I used to draw, uh, like traditionally, I would basically just draw with like one of those drafting pens that give you like a fixed width line. So I would always draw like that, and it was just straight up ink with very kind of super simple lines. Is so like stuff like Photoshop or like GIMP, Krita, like they have a lot more brush settings, which like I don't really use. And like Paint Tool Sai kind of just simplifies it a lot. I'm sure there's other programs like AZ Painter, I think Fire Alpaca, stuff like that, which also kind of have like that same thing where it's just a little bit more simplified. If you're just drawing kind of in a, I don't know. I mean, I draw in a cartoony way. That's how I draw. So they might have kind of like a similar philosophy behind how they want you to draw in their program. Yeah, totally rapid punches. Like I remember when I first tried Fire Alpaca, I was like, yeah, this is Paint Tool Sai, but free, I think. I don't know, like I feel like back like a couple of years ago, it was a lot harder to find kind of programs that were kind of either cheap or free or like to fit kind of certain specific ways of like making things. But now like there's so many programs all over the place. Now you kind of have like You can just choose whatever. It was. Look at these deforms. Very deformed. Hmm. But I mean, for the most part, the best way is kind of just trying out all the different software to see what works for your specific workflow. Which is definitely time consuming, but it's also worth it if you find something that specifically works very well for you. Hmm. Like, I don't know, for me personally, like I spent a lot of years just kind of messing around with like everything, just operating systems, like learning different ways of drawing and stuff like that. Like so, like when I was in when I was in university, like so I went as an art major down in Uruguay. So in Uruguay, university is free. At least it's tuition free, right? The tuition's free, so you can just kind of just go to all as many classes as you can handle. So I'm also very interested in like computer programming and math and stuff like that. So I went to art school, and at the same time I went to study computer science at the university, and then which obviously the problem is when the university is free, a lot of people go to school because they have the opportunity to go to school. So I found out that the classes that they would give at the engineering schools were just extremely boring because they had like 300 students in a class, and the teacher's kind of like dying inside, the professor's dying inside. Basically, it's just like reading from the book. So like, as much as I enjoyed math, like the classes that they would teach there were just not working for me personally. So ended up kind of more learning how to program just by myself at home while going to art school. And even within art school, like I would like they have two art schools, two public art schools in Uruguay. So that one of them is like a more technical school where they teach you techniques, like traditional techniques, specifically painting, drawing, and sculpture. And then they have kind of like the other art school, which is it's more conceptual. Like they teach you more kind of like the broad strokes of what art is and kind of the art history of, all the different like like how the philosophy of different artists changed over time, and what conceptual art is and how art got to the point it is now. And there's it's all art, it's just very different ways of seeing art. So I found out very quickly that even though I enjoy a little bit like the technical side of art, like specifically life drawing and learning to translate things that you see with your eyes into 3D, or 3D things that you see with your eyes into a flat plane. I was more engaged with kind of the other side of like, conceptual art and kind of seeing, like, I don't know, it's like the very technical school had a very specific view on what art was, and like the other kind of art school had a more open view of that art is extremely broad and you can't really define it, because as you define it, like you start leaving things out that are art, but if you define it, they get left out and you're kind of missing out on this whole area of, I don't know, just art in general. So like there's different ways to like learn, and there's different you know ways to get to where you want to go artistically, and part of that is just kind of experimenting and kind of looking out of kind of all the different ways that you can kind of get there. So like I ended up dropping out of both the engineering school and like the very technical art school because I found the other one more engaging and more interesting for me personally. And that was pretty much my approach when I was, learning kind of things from digital art. So I've tried out tons of programs and stuff to find out which fit better. And for the longest time, I was only doing like traditional art. I didn't start doing drawing digitally until like, was it 2014 or something? Like I got my first tablet like way earlier. I just never used it until like 2014. I mostly switched to digital art because traditional art just takes a lot longer. As slow as I draw, like traditional art just, you have to wait for paint to dry. You have to wait for ink to dry. Like, you gotta watch where you put your hand or else just smudge stuff. Also just more expensive. Oh, so I did tons of random stuff at school. So the art school was like it was split up in a really weird way. So like the first 3 years are kind of roughly just all art history, but they did it through experimentation. They were kind of like heavily influenced by kind of the Bauhaus School of Arts in Germany. So so like every day we would have like an assignment, we had like an art project to do. So like we'd come in and they'd be like, here's a little tiny pick, here's some rocks and a little anvil, and you have to like make like a mosaic by breaking rocks apart and try to kind of, like do like it's weird for most people, but like since I already had done pixel art, like they were asking us to make like circles and crosses with like little tiny squares, like pixel art, but in a mosaic form. So they would make us do things like that, and then they would kind of go through the historical kind of changes in art and how people perceived art. So we do like stuff like that, like just randomly like make a mosaic, or they'll be like, here's a live nude model, you have to make a sculpture, but they'll have like the light set in one direction, so you have to make a sculpture that creates a shadow that creates a drawing. So drawing with, sculpture, or basically drawing with light and shadow. Uh, and they would do like lots of experiments, kind of. They would have us experience kind of like, for example, colors produce depth depending on their just juxtaposition. So if there's near certain colors will appear to like pop up and down. So like they made us walk through an obstacle course with like binoculars that are like inverted, so that we would kind of be staring at the ground, trying to walk on a very flat surface, but there would be like basically like a rainbow of colors, like strips of colors. So it'd be extremely hard to walk because you would be perceiving depth where there was none and stuff like that. Like we also did performance art. We learned a lot about that kind of stuff. I mean, just about everything. So we went through all like art history from like before, the Renaissance, the Baroque period, and then get into the vanguards, and then you have to do all the kind of experimentation, like try to capture movement with drawings and try to like create an animation using just pictures. So, they make us do all sorts of just random stuff. A lot of it's just like you come to class, you have like 2 hours to make art based on a specific prompt that they give you, and then they kind of explain, what artists were doing back in the day, what they were experimenting with. And then like they even made us do a lot of contemporary artists, like community related. We had to do like this huge project. So basically it was like 150 people in my class. We all had to do a collective art project together, which was like a terrible nightmare because obviously it's very hard to organize 150 people to agree on pretty much one thing. So we had to like organize a public art event, and the idea is like not like a gallery show where we show like independent art or anything, like our own personal works of art kind of interrelated. We were doing like I guess we ended up doing like this weird projection art onto a building, but that people could participate in. So they could draw and then it'd be projected onto a building, and they could basically it's basically like a giant like draw pile where they could just draw um collectively, forming one larger drawing together. I don't know, it's super weird. But yeah, I mean the art school would make us kind of do all sorts of stuff. So performance art, we do sculpture, we do printmaking. Like, they'd be like, hey, here's a copper plate, here's a nail, a rusty nail. You must carve out a print, and then we'll print this later. So it kind of dragged us through all the different kind of fields of art. And then kind of, so those were like the first 3 years, and then the last 3 years, you basically make your own art. And you're kind of guided by, I guess, like, it's kind of like Harry Potter where they separate you in houses and you get to pick, like, I guess your house leader or whatever. I don't know, I also did like computer language stuff, like art with via programming and robotics and stuff like that. But basically, it's like all the art kids. Like, it doesn't matter if you're doing photography, video, painting, drawing, sculpture. They're all mixed together and they all have to do everything. So, I don't know. I mean, I did a lot of drawing there, but also did like, I don't know. I mean, definitely the weirdest thing is the performance art. It's always weird to do performance art. I did some wild one where like I had to strip down or something, and then I had like a dummy which I violently punched a lot. I think we also did theater a little bit. We had to make costumes out of metal, which was super weird. So they just gave us a prompt where we had to make clothing out of very sharp like sheet metal from, I guess, old printing presses. Like the plates that they used to print for offset printing, like once they get used, we had to like clean them off and then turn them into clothing, and hopefully nobody would get cut because it was extremely sharp. And then people would have to wear them and then act out the scene of I'm sure it was a Shakespeare play. I just don't remember which one. Or was it? No, I think it was a Greek tragedy. But they would give us kind of weird stuff like that to do. But yeah, it was like completely different from like the other art school, which basically they're just like, here's some fruit, draw this fruit. And then I'd be graded on how well I drew the fruit. Mhm. I don't know. I mean, like, there's so much of it, I just don't remember it all now. I think one time they made us go when we're studying like Dada and like all the weird, absurd anti-art stuff. They made like a basically an obstacle course, which had like, I don't know, like there was a lot of like corridors which like disappeared once you went through them, and like naked people. And I think the funniest one, because there was a lot of old people in our class, they had like a tunnel, like acrylic tunnel, which you had to crawl through, and underneath, like there was like a nude male model who's just laying down there, so you have to like crawl over this male model to like get through the tunnel. And obviously, all the old people would get upset that they had to do that, especially the old men, because they'd be like, dude, this is, they'd be like, this is too gay for me. I can't do this. It's just hilarious. Like, I mean, the idea is to provoke people, but I think they also had like an area where they had like rotten fish and stuff like that. Uh, like this area where you had to stick your hand in like this random bowl full of who knows what, and like random kind of video art, probably like naked people dancing or something weird. I think like another thing they made us do was they would like assign us artists, and we would have to come up with a costume to represent the art movement of that artist. And then like we would all show it off at like a party. So yeah, I think I got like Malavich, which is the supremacist guy who would draw like the very simple squares, like the black on white square or the white on white square. So I had to come up with like a very simple costume to kind of represent his artwork. But then you got other people who got like more complicated artists. Like there was one kid who got like some, I'm sure it was one of the Dada artists, but his costume was basically he took this very large house plant and he would just carry it wherever he went. I think another thing they made us do, we had to go like to public spaces and kind of evaluate the architecture in all those spaces. Um, I guess nothing super changed with me. It's mostly like, it's just become more aware of all the other art that exists. Like I'm aware of like all these things that are like super cool, but I don't do any of them, like performance art and stuff like that. I guess like I gained like a taste in like film. Like I always kind of liked indie film, but yeah, after art school, it's just like it kind of multiplied that by like 1,000. Like I like the weird films now more than I did when I was a kid. I don't know. It also helped me kind of like chill out a bit because like if you listen to a lot of artists, they have a specific way they like to do things, which is fine, but they tend to kind of promote that specific way that they make their art. And, being aware that there's lots of different ways of making art, you can kind of just relax a little bit because like everyone's going to be doing it in a different way, and it's kind of valid to kind of find your own way to do things. It's like a lot of things that you do learn is like a lot of artists who make things that kind of just they just kind of just do it. They don't really care too much about what other people think or say. They're just kind of making stuff. Yeah, exactly. It's like what Rabbit Punches says. So like my art, so there's definitely art schools which are more kind of focused towards gallery stuff, which obviously like everyone loves because the people in the galleries are kind of like what people consider be successful or whatever. But my school also kind of pushed the idea that it doesn't matter if you're extremely unpopular, nobody cares about your artwork. Like as long as you're kind of doing your thing. Yeah, definitely saw a lot of that in art school. Yeah, like for me, it kind of just basically reinforced my view of art. Because like I went to art school, like not to be like a painter or anything like that. Like my influence is heavily just like mass media. It's like like I liked cartoons and video games and toys and things like that, which are all like artistic pursuits. It's just, they're heavily commercialized. So a lot of people do not consider them to be art. And when I went to art school, like, tons of people that were like, hey, I want to be an impressionist painter. And they thought it was weird that I was like, I like games. I think games are art. So it's definitely kind of it was helpful to go to a school that was more open. Like I know Rapid Punches went to a school which was a lot more strict, where they kind of like pushed you in a specific direction because they consider that to be the right way to do things. But my art school is not like that most of the time. Like some of the teachers tried, but it didn't work. They would be like, "Painting is dead. You can't paint anymore. You should make video art or something like that." I would just kind of laugh because I would be like, "Video art is super dead, dude. Like people do it now, but it's not as cool as it was like in the 70s." Like people should be doing, programming, like things with programming, but it has like a little bit higher barrier of entry. So yeah, like I basically just got lucky that I picked a school that I liked, that I ended up liking, because I actually didn't know anything about the school when I picked it. It was just like, it's art school, it's free, I'm going to that school. But yeah, totally. I mean, my school also, I mean, they didn't ban bodily fluids. It's like one of the famous artists that came out of my school. His whole thing was he would eat like a burger of his own feces. Like that was his masterful art project that he did in school, which got him a lot of acclaim internationally. Pretty sure he went to the Biennale in Venice, so that's definitely not the kind of art that I was doing. I don't know, it's super weird. Like I don't know. I think a lot of people worry a lot about kind of trying to be relevant in art. Like obviously drawing is a very old school thing. Like people have been drawing for a long time. Like, a lot of people draw really well. So a lot of like the really fancy art people consider it kind of just like I've seen drawings a million times. Be doing something more interesting, but for me, I still find I find like the drawing part to be fun. And art school is like, yeah, you're allowed to have fun, which I know just not happen everywhere. Okay. Yeah, totally. I mean, a lot of people say art has no limits, but then they're like, I want you to do this specific thing. Like my art school kind of tried to push people to do new things and stuff like that. But for the most part, the staff of my school was all they were all painters. So it was kind of hard for them to kind of push people to do new things when they're like, I'm a painter, and I still paint and I only paint. Wow, this window's broken. Also, I guess it depends what you're looking for. Like, I guess what I liked in my school was, like, they lacked a little bit on the, like, they didn't understand what I was trying to do artistically. They were just like a professor I had who was kind of like my guidance, my like, I don't know, I guess who ran the workshop that I was part of. Like, he was just like, I like your art, man. You just keep doing what you're doing. I'm not gonna tell you anything because I have no idea what you're doing, but I think you're doing fine. So you just keep on trucking. So I didn't get like too much support, like or guidance in what I should do. They were just kind of like, you should have to keep doing your own thing, which was kind of weird because you're kind of just like floating around, being like, huh, I want to draw cartoons, but nobody here knows anything about drawing cartoons. My school, for some reason, they didn't have like an illustration major or anything like that. Like the illustration, like the field of illustration in Uruguay is very small. A lot of the people are either like self-taught or they went to like the private school, which has kind of more commercially oriented degrees. Well, my school was just like, this is mostly just to kind of teach you how art works and kind of strive to just kind of mess around and do whatever you want. Like right when I was in my fifth or like sixth year of school, yeah, yeah. When I was leaving my fifth or sixth year of school, they just started making like a video game program and like an animation program, but it was not in the city I was in, so they made like some weird political deal and they were like, yeah, we're gonna put this school where nobody lives. So I couldn't even participate in it just to see what how it would be like, but yeah, like they kind of lacked in kind of, I don't know, I guess kind of, it's not really new because comics are old as can be, but yeah. I mean, technically, traditional painting would pay more if you can get people to pay you money. The problem is, like, a lot of people just don't have money. Like I remember my uncle, like he would want a painting, but he would not buy one here. He would go on vacation to Uruguay and then buy the painting from like a street vendor, which is just like it's one of the artists who went to the art school and they just, during the summertime they paint like very easily reproducible paintings that they can sell on the street. And obviously when they sell it to like a foreigner, they get more money because they got money to sell, but like they can't sell it to other people that live here and live in Uruguay. It's like my uncle doesn't buy art from people who in the U.S. He buys it from people in Uruguay. But it's rough. It's rough to kind of like so like when I do a lot of commission stuff, it's mostly I do it based on whatever people can pay because like a normal person just can't pay that much money for a commission. It's all right. Very crooked windows here. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's like it's rough because people deserve art. I mean, they really need art. Like, yeah, I remember like when I worked at the postal service, like that was my whole thing. I couldn't go to sleep if I didn't like consume some art. I'd either like watch like some animation or like read some comics or something before I went to bed. Kind of help recharge my batteries more than sleep. Turn this down a little bit. But I think I guess my favorite part of art school is just mostly meeting people. I think that's where you get like a lot of like that's where you get the most out of it. It's just meeting people. You meet people and they all do a bunch of weird different things. Like one of the first things that I had fun with at school was like there was a student magazine. There I got, like met tons of people and got to like I guess kind of learn to design things, like mess around and like make something. Just for like I don't know, it's just for other people to consume. It didn't last very long, but that's usually how things are. A lot of projects kind of fall apart. It's basically like at art schools when I was like, oh, I found my people, and the people are artists. Because before that, it was just mostly just like I'd meet people on the internet and stuff like that. But like in a lot of other places, like at a day job, like you don't like I didn't relate very well to people. Like I mean, I could relate to them. It's just not the same. 'Cause, you know, obviously those people have a lot of different interests. So it's interesting to meet people who have like the same specific interests you have, which is making weird art stuff. Um, that's kind of sagging, but that's okay. I guess another cool thing is you also get to see people work, which I don't know, it's interesting in itself because like everyone has like a wildly different kind of work process. Like some people work super fast, some people work super slow. You can always kind of pull ideas off of kind of seeing how other people work. This art is usually kind of like that super weird, like, it takes a really long time to make things. But like a lot of people just don't acknowledge how long it takes to make things. Like for me personally, like I have trouble reconciling the like I can doodle things just super quickly, but kind of making more polished artwork takes a lot more time for me, and it probably should. But then alright, throw in some more details. So it's supposed to be a power line, kind of. Alright. I'm gonna title this first. Yeah, I kind of have like a backlog in my head that I want to make. But since it takes so much time, kind of just get stuck there for a while. Like I used to draw a lot more fan art, which is definitely fun. I very much enjoy doing fan art. It's like super quick to do. It's not like you already have a reference for it. You have an idea of what things are. People already know what it is. When you draw it, they're like, yeah, I know what that is. But it also kind of takes away from making, I guess, more personal works. I kind of stopped doing it. Trying to make more of my personal stuff. Actually, I've not seen Arcane. If you're talking about Arcane, the animated show, but yeah, I haven't seen it. I probably should, but I also don't know anything about League of Legends. I think, yeah. I mean, I can do some, but I'd have to watch the show first to kind of, I don't know, see what it's about, get a feel for it. I usually like to, even if I'm doing back in the day, like when I used to do commissions for people, and they asked me to do like fan art of like something. Like I remember the first one was like Trigun. Like I had to watch Trigun so I can get that kind of the idea of what like the character was. Yeah, sure it is dark. I see. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I think I don't know. I'm not sure I would be too much into like the game of League of Legends, but like I always enjoy a good fantasy show, and also like what I saw of Arcane, like the I guess the trailer and stuff like that looked really nice compared to kind of like the other kind of 3D animation I've seen around in other shows. But yeah, I mean the main reason I've never played like a lot of the multiplayer games or like the online kind of battlers stuff like that. Like it's just well, first I didn't have like a decent enough internet connection to be able to do so back in the day. But also I don't know. I just since I grew up back in like the couch co-op days, I'm not so much used to the online multiplayer of things. But yeah, I'm sure at some point I'll throw down some at least doodles. I'll do some doodles of different stuff. Like technically I should warm up before I draw, but I just usually don't. But I will one day. So people can see me draw, just randomly doodle things. Yeah, I can imagine that's the issue. I mean, that's also partially like the first time I played like one of the online games, I don't know, like it was when I was like 18, came like to visit the U.S. to kind of look at other universities, and I got to play like Halo for the first time. It was like 2008 or something, 2009, and like Call of Duty and stuff like that. Just the people on voice chat are always, it's wild, dude. Like little kids swearing, like the people just acting ridiculously, just randomly mean for no reason. So yeah, I don't know. I think the last time I played anything multiplayer was like Monster Hunter, and I mostly would just play the non-voice chat stuff. Cause yeah, I don't want to have to deal with people getting upset over nothing. Yeah, pretty much. Like, yeah, it's the problem with like stuff like playing Halo and stuff like that, where you just pop in and you're playing with your random people. And then you're playing against a team of people who are like, they all know each other, they're all on voice chat, they're all coordinating strategies, and you just get destroyed. Yeah, personally, I just didn't grow up in that era online for the most part, so that's why I mostly just play like single player games now. I only used to do like the couch stuff, couch co-op, and back in the Super Nintendo days. And even then, I would fight with like my cousin about all sorts of stuff. Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing like the one I like to play the most, I guess, like Smash Bros. But like the thing is, it takes just you games like that kind of take a lot of time. So like there's just years where I was just playing Smash just online. I mean, I enjoyed it. It's just you kind of miss out on like it takes a lot of effort to get good at games like that. Like you can just play them forever, which is awesome. But it's also like I spent several years like not playing other games, and then I got back to finally doing what I used to do when I was younger, which was just playing all sorts of just random games. Like finish a game, then just start another game, and I guess I find it a little bit more fun. Like being able to move on, see the new stuff. I mean, that's basically also what I've been doing during the pandemic. Is mostly just playing all sorts of random games, and also trying to like 100% the all the games that I enjoy the most. But the lighting is terrible. It's just too sunny outside. It's been cloudy for like a whole straight week, and now the sun has come out. See if we can fix it. White balance. Uh, but yeah, I should probably start watching more animated stuff. Mostly not been watching animated shows, I think. Let's see. I think the last one I caught up with was like Amphibia or something. Amphibia and like Summer Camp Island. And the rest of it's mostly just kind of the live action shows. Like recently I watched Picard and then Star Trek Discovery. Just like a lot of sci-fi and then I guess some fantasy too. But yeah, I haven't been watching too many cartoons. I think it's mostly because it just takes a long time for cartoons to pop out. I saw what Encanto, latest one. I think that was the last animated film I've seen in a while. Oh, some cables. Sweet, sweet cables. Yeah, for those wondering, like, the reason I always try to draw power lines is because they're everywhere. They're everywhere. Like, I remember, when I was younger, I was a huge fan of, like, Robert Crumb. His weird, just, like, extremely skilled drawing style. Even though his subject matter is super weird. And, like, in the documentary about his life, he's like, I just have people drive me around and then I take pictures of power lines because I couldn't find any power lines anywhere. Like I couldn't find any like good references, so I had to like go around, drive around, take pictures of these things. And then he just had like a photo album just full of power lines of all over the United States. I always think about that, especially since like different places have different kinds of like power lines. Like the ones here distinct from the ones in like Uruguay. I actually don't remember too much about the ones here. It's like I remember as a kid there was a lot of the wooden ones, a lot of wooden power lines. And like in Uruguay, they're made of like cement and rebar or something like that. Rebar. I don't know. I do my best to kind of think about those details, those random details that like a lot of people just don't pay attention to because they don't like they're not really that important, but that stuff's all there, existing. Like whenever I finish this drawing, I'll probably go into like crocodile, make some like 3D pixel art, low poly 3D art. I'm gonna make like a bus because I used to ride the bus a lot, and there were so many kinds of buses with so many different colors and stuff. There's like the old models and the new models, and each bus felt different. So I wanted to try to recreate all the buses. Like, see, this is the first one I made. Where are you, bus? Where are you, bus? Oh, I might not have it on this computer. Download codes. Oh, I guess I don't have it here. But yeah, I was gonna recreate a lot of the buses that I used to ride. That is also like a difference from like being here in like Washington and Oregon. Like when I rode the bus in Portland, like there was just one bus company at the time that. But down in Uruguay when I was in college, like there's like 100 different bus companies and there was several different lines and they all ran different models of buses. It was just wild. So sometimes you get like the nice bus with the nice seats that nobody's ever sat in. And sometimes you get like the destroyed bus that's been in circulation for like 40 years. And like the seats have no more cushion in them. They're just like you sit in them and you can feel like the metal frame below. No, no, I just think about all that stuff all the time. I used to do a lot of bus drawing on the bus. I had like it was almost like a four hours of commuting each day to go to school on the bus. I had plenty of time to draw. This line. I ran out of coffee. So water. Drink delicious water. All right. Okay, let's break this up a little bit with some weird random power line stuff. All right. More windows. More. Right. Go. Only be lower. Just jack. Like, it's all weird and misshapen. Oh, hmm. I guess random fun fact. Like this neighborhood that drawing takes place in. Like it's a very Italian American neighborhood. Like directly in front of this house, around this area, like there's a park, like a bocce ball court where all the old Italian like retirees would go and play their bocce ball. Also randomly there was just a single gravestone there, like and then like a couple feet away was a playground and some tennis courts, which I believe are still there today. I don't know if like somebody, I would assume it was a public park. Yeah, it's probably haunted. But it's possible somebody probably donated the land for it or something weird. Because I'm pretty sure I would only see like this one old man play bocce ball, and he would be always the one guy there playing. But maybe he wasn't. Yeah, it's possible that he was just the ghost, and he was buried right next to the bocce ball court. But yeah, like this park was very close to my grandma and cousin's house, or I guess for their apartment where they rented. So we'd go there to play a lot. They had like a big, huge open field, so we just run around. I don't know, play random games, pretend to play baseball sometimes. Very quiet, not a lot of cars running through. Oh, I'm sure that's changed. I feel like there's a lot more cars now than there were back in the day. Cars everywhere. Fire child over here. Yeah, I used to hang out a lot at my cousin's house, my grandma's house. Their landlord was also Italian, and they had like a bottom apartment, which he did not live in, but he would use to store. Like he'd have a little tomato plot like back behind the house, and he would have all his jars of sauce stashed in that apartment, and he would use it solely to like have his sauce and to like can his sauce. But since like the tomato plot was also like in my cousin's backyard, we would always end up playing around there and then throwing a ball that would just end up falling into the tomato. The little tomato fields, little tomato garden. And then to get it, we would have to leave footprints because of how the garden was set up. Then the landlord would be upset. Deformed. So deformed. I made it too fat. Damn, it's huge. And this should be. You guys will be right back. One sec. I'm gonna hit up the bathroom. I have returned. Probably should have saved a copy of this when I started. That way, you can see how much progress I made. But I do have a drawing. Mm, Alright. Bat time. This bat is very fat. Smooth them out later. Sweet, sweet bed. I guess another random fun fact is in this local Connecticut town, there was a schoolgirl who actually died of rabies from a bat bite, which is super sad, but happens, I guess. It's just that weird Connecticut lore. Like I remember, yeah, I remember that like we had a school assembly because her parents were in her name. I think they were building like a wing, a children's wing in a hospital dedicated specifically to just like helping kids who need, yeah, with illnesses. They invested all their money and time into that after their daughter died of rabies. But yeah, I don't blame the bat, you know. Life, man. Some animals just get rabies. Because like fleshing out some trees. Bad. There's some weird pine tree here. Mm. I can give this guy's teeth. Probably need to flesh out that manhole. The street had more leaves. House. Not too bad. We just have to do a lot more. A lot more. Tons more lines. Flush this out a little bit. Yeah, I assume all these streets are basically have never been repaired. I lived there like 20 years ago. I mean, like that's the one thing I noticed back when I came back to the U.S. was just how like run down a lot of the infrastructure is. All right, let's see how I'm gonna do this road. I need to do more ghosts too. Not enough ghosts in this drawing. Need to be more ghosts. Never have too many ghosts. I'm sure that could work. These weird lines over here. It goes over here. Ghost goes over here. Ghost around. Have this really large storm trout. Storm spout. It's gotta be longer. I think there's a lot of thing. Another thing I don't see a lot here on the West Coast, but maybe I just haven't been paying attention to people's houses. Technically, it rains more here, I think, than it does on etiquette. I don't know. Like in Connecticut, they usually I would remember seeing a lot of the metal ones, and over Uruguay, they have a lot of like the big plastic tube that goes to the ground and then into like cement. And it just kind of pours out into like the little canal to the street. But here, I just don't remember seeing as many. Like I see people with gutters, but I just don't know. I just don't know. More train details. A little bit more this way. Line too thick. Guess that could work. Set up some trash cans over here. Cycling bin or something. Guys, wait too in here. Touch. Oh yeah. Might be a tad shorter. I mean, part of it is like these things should be slightly deformed, but not too deformed. If it gets too deformed, then it gets weird. It's too hard. Sure. I guess that could work. Okay, throw down more. Take this guy to the ground. Grassy bit. Concrete kind of falling apart. The asphalt just kind of breaking into little tiny pieces, slowly eroding over time. Well, like I said, it's failing infrastructure is I do love plants growing out of like cracks in the asphalt or like sidewalk. I don't know why. It's just very pleasing to me. Like one thing I did notice, like on the West Coast, or I guess Portland specifically, is a lot of people just don't walk anywhere. So like there was one job I had where I just like I would walk there every day and walk back home instead of like driving or taking the bus or whatever. It was like a 20-minute walk on like this fairly like traveled road with cars, but like nobody would ever walk there. So the sidewalk, yeah, the sidewalk was completely unkempt. So like there was just tall grass everywhere, all over the place. And yeah, there's lots of brambles. I mean, that happens a lot here. There's lots of brambles that grow off of like the wooded areas into the sidewalk, and you have to avoid them. So you can only like use half the sidewalk because it's full of plants. But I still enjoy it. It's very, I don't know. I guess it's just a little bit more nature than normally there would be. But yeah, you gotta be careful where you walk, or else you trip and fall. Especially if like the sidewalk's uneven and there's like slabs just sticking out, or if it rains and there's leaves everywhere, which also happens. Like I remember there's parts of like Montevideo and Uruguay where like the sidewalk is literally just tiles. So when it rains, it's slippery. It's like walking on slippery bathroom tiles. But instead of being inside, you're outdoors. Don't remember what part of the city they were in though. I don't know if it was like the old city or. Yeah, that's one thing I enjoy a lot is walking. I like to walk. I don't do it very much anymore though. Fortunately, I kind of like live in the middle of nowhere, so I can't really walk anywhere. Unless maybe to the supermarket sometimes, or to go get like the vaccine or something. But yeah, otherwise I'm forced to drive a car. These tree lines are kind of hard. But I guess it's a start. Later. Crossover. Car will probably. Figure it out. Like when I was in high school, I would actually I like to ride my bike almost everywhere. But then slowly I'd have to travel farther and farther away until I could no longer go on bike because it was too far away and it would take hours to bike there. As much as I would like to bike anywhere, like I don't know, people just drive extremely bad. They're just terrible at driving. Like they care about nothing. I totally would never risk riding my bike here on the street. It'd be too wild. Wants turn to take shape. Let's add more lines. Sweet tree lines. Oh yeah, okay. Probably put too many curves in. That's fine. We'll fix it later. It's mostly just a placeholder to kind of have an idea of what, how much noise there's gonna be in lines. I can figure out how much I need to put everywhere else to keep things from looking too crazy. I should probably put some ghosts right here. Kind of play off the car to seal up this blank spot right here. Yes, add some ghosts. Boys. Strange vampire ghosts. I guess one interesting thing I did do during the pandemic was started watching a lot of movies. I mean, I always watched a lot of movies, but started watching a lot of horror film because I actually really never got into the horror genre. So I hadn't seen most of like the extremely mainstream horror movies. So yeah, I ended up watching kind of like the old school monster films and some of the more newer horror films. I don't know, they were a lot different than I imagined. I don't know why I imagined they would be like terrible. I don't know. I think I assume it's like some weird art thing. Or like there's a lot of art, or I guess a lot of art critics who are like, that stuff, it's too lowbrow for me, and they just kind of write it off as like some weird thing that people watch that it's not worth watching. But I did quite enjoy kind of a lot of the horror films quite a bit, except for maybe Halloween. Is it Halloween? No, not Halloween. No, Friday the 13th. That was the one I didn't like. But like that was mostly plot wise. Like I guess film wise, it was very interesting to see kind of a lot where a lot of like the horror conventions come from that get memed and like all the other shows and movies and things. But yeah, I don't know. I somehow managed to not watch all the horror films until I was an adult. Weed ghost vampire. Seems like a good decision, maybe. Fills up the space. Kind of blocks off this area. I guess the funny thing is everyone always interprets my drawings differently. So some people are like, oh, cool, spooky ghosts. But some people are like, oh, they're gonna eat that child. Oh yeah, that's right. Supposedly it's supposed to come out this year, I think. I would totally watch that one. I do have the Junji Ito Uzumaki manga thingy. And I enjoyed that one quite a bit, even though it's kind of grotesque. With kind of like the weird body horror. I don't know, it reminds me a lot of a lot of those like children's horror stories. I forgot what that guy's name was. And definitely, I think those are my favorite type of horror things, or like the ones where it's like it's terrible but it's also hilarious, like or kind of campy in a way. Oh, which manga is that one? Describe me the cat manga. Oh, so it's like not a horror. It's just his slice of life comics about his cat. That's cool. I always like a little bit of just random slice of life autobiographical things. Nice. I don't know. People always lead interesting lives. It's always interesting to see what people are up to. The random things that they do every day. I totally would. I really did enjoy like American Splendor, where he's just like, look at my terrible life. I live in Cleveland, Ohio. All these terrible things that happen to me while I'm at work. Mm, these ghosts are kind of small. I guess one of them could be coming out of the storm drain. Just I don't know if I could lift that up though. I assume so because it's a grate, but I don't know. It doesn't matter. This is my drawing. I can do whatever I want. I'll just lift this up a little bit. Actually, What are you up to, Rapid? Are you recovering from your fever? Oh, yeah, that's terrible. Well, I hope you're drinking a lot of tea. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, don't strain yourself too hard. I mean, it's possible. Like, what is real anyway? Popping out of this grate. This guy's popping out. I guess, kind of. I'll improve it later. Remember, guys, number one rule of art is you can do whatever you want. It's okay to do art crimes every once in a while. Make things that aren't real. I technically don't know if these crates are removable or not. I'm just gonna assume they are. I'm gonna assume that somebody could just lift the grate up if they wanted to. Drawing this line. Okay, line drawn. Drink some water. Getting dry in my room. The sun has come out and is slowly warming up my room, and then my computer's also warming up my room. I don't think you guys can hear it because the noise reduction, but my fan is very loud. My computer's just chugging away. Um, that's a little bit too cramped in here. Yeah, let's pull him out a bit. I can draw his face more. Halloween art. Okay. I can see a little bit better now. Got ghosts here, ghosts there. Okay. How we gonna see it? Back we go. Oh, this other house over here. Little piece we can see of it. So we got a little bit of one here. Oh, I'll use a bigger brush. A solid line. Boom. Boom. Let's put a little bush here. And wild. That's I don't know, I guess I'll put another ghost here. Let's keep adding ghosts. So there's enough. Put one right here. Overlap everything. Oop. Okay, okay. Draw a hand here. Ghost hand. Oof. Outline. Alright. We got one bat. I think we need another bat. We need more bats. We need add more detail here. This is like the weird serial number of the pole. I'm not exactly sure what this is. Okay. Like this. And another ID tag. Okay, let's detail this pole a little bit. But at least we know where detail needs to go. Pole might be a little bit too crooked. And it goes up. I could throw in some of those weird support nail thingies some of these guys have up here. Lines, throwing lines. Okay, so the side of the line's covered by the trees. Sorry about that. Just overlap. Here's some more. I guess I have to make some improvements to the tiles. So even though I do draw a lot of plastic pumpkins, I don't think I've ever had a plastic pumpkin to hold my candy in. I think I always used like a sleeping a pillowcase to hold my Halloween candy when I was a child because it's just bigger. Gets the job done. So if I ever had one, I just don't remember. That was terrible. Just trick treating. Guess that kind of looks alright. Fine. Which will probably later be orange, that way. Less harsh. Weird pumpkin lines. Guess I don't have to do. Alright. Let's try to give this child a better cape. I guess that kind of works over there. Vampire cape. I also don't remember if I ever dressed up as a vampire as a child. Like the costumes I do remember was But Kermit the Frog, Robin Hood, random skeleton man with the like robot hands for some reason. Rorschach from The Watchmen. What else? I'm pretty sure I was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle once. Maybe a Power Ranger. But I think that's about it. Mhm. Yes. I guess the Dracula is like got that weird shaped head. Weird sound. Um, I was probably wearing like regular shoes. Comfortable. Can't go outside without comfortable shoes. All right. Yeah, that's fascinating. Going down. Okay. Yeah. It's kind of weird. Get up. Mm-hmm. We had that part randomly. All right. Ghost. We got some pumpkins. Hmm. Road. Need some random leaves. Kind of keep things. Yes. Yeah. Ghost boy. Those trees are huge. Yeah, I think I just need to fill up a little bit here. We live. Oh man. Mm-hmm. Awesome. All right. So yeah, now I just throw down a bunch of random details here and there. Make this come together. Gotta really flesh out these leaves. That's like half of the, I mean, that's pretty much almost all of the Halloween experience is the leaves. The amount of leaves that there are everywhere. Basically like snow, but with leaves. Leaves everywhere. And then of course you can jump in the leaves, but if you do, you'll get bugs all over you. Because the leaves are full of bugs. Very large amount of bugs. A wild amount of bugs. But yeah, fond memories of walking by massive piles of leaves. And I guess there would also be lots of garbage bags full of leaves on the side of the road. Tons and tons of leaves. Slowly rotting away. Filling up with bugs. Bugs everywhere. Yeah, I know, Rep. I know you don't like bugs. That's why I shouldn't jump in the leaves. That leaf is weird. Um, this one. Hmm. Yeah, I just gotta keep throwing down leaves until I feel like I do not have to throw down more leaves. Like, technically, this line shouldn't even be here because it should just be leaves. Just scraps of leaves everywhere. Yeah, I mean, lots of bugs become a problem. Okay, I think we need to draw some more brittle leaves too. They fall apart, they decompose. I don't know, I'll probably add some bugs too, because even though you can't see them, they're there. And they should be represented. And Let's put up this line a little bit. Too powerful. This is like what? Grass, leaves, dirt. They're slightly like concrete or asphalts, but not road asphalt. The road asphalt. I don't know. Maybe this is like something like the street used to be wider, but they're like it'd be cheaper just to fix the middle of it instead of the side. Leaves, rocks here. I call them all as leaves. I did. Pretty sure that's supposed to be a rock. I did the sketch, yeah. So that was also a rock. That was the other thing. I don't know why there's rocks there. So I don't know if they just randomly put a bunch of rocks here to separate the road from the park. But that's just the thing I remember. There's just a bunch of random, really small rocks jutting out. I don't think it would stop the cars because people drive on the grass whenever they want to anyway. Can't stop them. Do whatever. On we go. The leaves, rocks. Oh yeah, I also had tree roots. There's also tons of tree roots that I probably accidentally tripped on when I was a child. Wild with some tree roots. I'm pretty sure this was also supposed to be a tree root. Tree root, or tree. I don't know. I have vague memories of this area having lots of trees with very like running roots, like they're just everywhere. Very knobby roots all over the ground. But I guess it's like I said, it doesn't really matter if they were there or not. I can do whatever I want. No one can stop me. Throw down more leaves over what this guy is. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, taking shape. This guy, that guy. Yes, I can update the color. I don't forget this later word. I don't know if that was true, but okay. Let's throw down some rocks. Rock, supposedly. Um, this is a rock. Rock, and great. Guys, I don't know, maybe I should make them red. They're vampire ghosts. Pink or something. Closer. Like, gotta make that cape dark. Better. Popping off here. Let's see. Been streaming for how long? Oh, almost 4 hours. I don't know. I might be able to actually finish this if I work hard enough. I work efficiently enough. Probably knock this guy in. Because I finish this guy, and then I can try doing the bus stuff tomorrow. Do some of that low poly 3D stuff. Yeah, I mean, likely. I probably will have to finish this tomorrow, but it'll probably take another 10 hours or so. Maybe more. I don't know. I mean, these drawings are also supposed to be simple, so they're supposed to be detailed, but not too detailed. Like, that's kind of why I use, like, the fat line. Because you have to be, like, more suggestive and then not over detail the things. But yeah, I think that the ghost's fairly well covered. Maybe I can make a ghost hiding in the leaves or something. Could add more bats. I don't know. I mean, it's not that crazy. It's just like I guess the thing that makes it kind of wild is just the weird details that I choose to pay attention to, like the pole or the way the windows work. Because technically, I don't have to draw the blinds on the windows. Yeah, no, I drew a manhole. I drew a manhole, and I drew a bunch of grates. I drew the cracks in the street. But like last time I visited this area, that's what I noticed the most. It's just how cracked the street is. It's all cracked up. Cracked up. I mean, it's important detail. Like at some point, I should draw some Uruguay drawings. I don't think I've made it too many. Oh, there's outside of like the bakery drawing I made once, and like a lot of the places where I lived in Uruguay. The roads were made of dirt. They were dirt roads. So it's like a completely different type of road. And they don't get cracks, they just get holes. Lots of big holes. Huge, enormous potholes. Anyway, more leaves. More leaves. Oop. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go hit up the restroom once again. Drink some water, and I'll be back to continue this drawing with my delusion that maybe I'll finish it today. That bees. Okay. Darby. Base. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Oops. Move my hand a little bit. I normally draw a lot slower, so my body's not used to drawing this fast. But since it's I'm streaming, I have to draw a little bit faster, make it more entertaining. Okay. Let's keep working this guy. Okay, a lot of tree. It's not the long COVID. Actually, there's no way to ever know. It could be the long COVID. It's hard to tell. I could either be out of shape or just have long COVID. Either one. Those lines, alright, we're coloring some stuff. Trying to figure out how this would look. Yeah, I guess. Zoom a manhole would kind of look like this. Thing in the middle. And then it would probably be oh my, might be too wild, but we'll see. Weird cracked road. Okay, cracked the road and the bumps or something. Bumps. We gotta break these lines up. They're not gonna be solid. They're gonna be destroyed. All cracked up. Yeah. Yeah, that makes it a little bit more rough. Tough and rough. Okay. Let's get this grade over here. Great update. There's actually leaf on here. Add that leaf. Um, mm, yeah, that makes my grade huge. Makes it enormous. Uh, Compress this grade, it's too big. This. Grab these guys, move back down. Okay, that'll work better. Can't have the grate being have all that space in the road. That'd be crazy. Probably should also cover it with leaves. Promote flooding. Flooding. Alright, back more. Push it back more. Mm-hmm. Better, I guess. Okay, great. Fix it. Oh, that isn't. Alright, so this guy actually. And there it is over here. Continues. I gotta flesh out the staircase over here. Made of delicious wood. Slowly flesh the stuff out. And then I'll hide some more ghosts somewhere. Never have too many ghosts. Alright. Yeah, deformed stairs. Leads to behind the house. By dark room. Like the case. Mm-hmm. I'll get up a little bit. No support beam here. Working on stairs. Yeah, I guess technically I would be able to see the top of these stairs. I'll fix that a little bit. Door. 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 A window. We got the door frame. Window is full of more windows. Something wild. Do it this way. Fill it in. And then we'll carve it out. Oop. Door out. Frame here. That works, I guess. Alright. Got the door and then the door. Okay, door frames. We got a window frame. Window frame. Window. Window. I don't know why people like to have that many windows. Their entrance, but they do. Carve these ones out too. This. Like this. Wild. A little bit. Okay, and then if we want a little bit of the stairs to show. A very crooked stairs. That's the charm, I guess, the crookedness. Also, these houses are probably old, so crooked, slowly sagging, falling apart. Green, brown. Add more colors. And times. Probably all need to be darker. That's okay. This is very yellow. Probably way too yellow for a Halloween vibe, but I'll fix that a little bit. Some this weird kind of, I don't even know what texture. Awesome. Stretch my arm. Oh. I guess part of the reason is I have to sit like in a weird position because normally I'll be more back or something. But since I have the microphone here, I have to talk into it. I guess it kind of puts some strain on my arm. Be in a different position than I normally draw in. All right. Okay, so the reality is this door is probably way too short. It needs to be taller by a little bit. I'll just it up. Nice. Window. Done. Okay, we gotta do a rail here. People don't fall down the stairs. Yeah. Technically, this railing should actually go up to here. Block off this window. Technically to here, and then technically that would be the top. Get a little bit of maybe. Oh wow, I'm getting rated. That's wild. Awesome, thanks guys. Never expect to be rated. Like, especially my first stream. Yeah, thank you. Love ghosts. But yeah, this is the my Halloween art that I did not finish for Halloween last year. So that's what I'm doing now. Well, it's not the first stream, or it's the first stream on Twitch. I used to stream like back in what 2017, but like, it was more like a community thing. Oh yeah, it is also definitely for Halloween this year. Like usually all my Halloween drawings get picked up like on Tumblr and places like that the year after, or maybe 2 years after I draw them. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably be doing more because I made tons of sketches for Halloween and I never finished any of them, so gotta do more. Whoop. Thank you very much. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to draw in a different style. Like, so these are kind of like the previous ones I've done from earlier years. I think this one, these are, yeah, from 2018. I'm just kind of leaning into that for these guys. But yeah, this specific one. supposed to be, I guess. Kind of the neighborhood I used to live in when I was a kid, down in Connecticut or up in Connecticut, in Connecticut. And yeah, now I'm just, I don't know, messing around, updating the colors a little bit as I kind of flesh this out. Yeah. Yeah, people always interpret it differently. Some people are like, oh, those ghosts are adorable. And then some people are like, those ghosts are straight up trying to eat that child. But yeah, I also love the underbite. I always loved like the little plastic Dracula teeth. Oh yeah, I let people decide whatever they want on how they want to interpret the drawing. Give them freedom to just choose what they want to see. Mm, I was working on this part. Oh wow, it's okay. I was actually never expecting anyone to actually give me any donations. Well, if King Cass Snyder is here, like I can draw you your doodle now. Or your doodles. I don't know how much you donated. $3. Awesome. But yeah, King Cass Snyder, if you're here, let's see. Actually have to log in. Check. Kirby Hoops. Okay. Awesome. Let's do that. Let's sort down. Give me an idea. Give me a second. Alright, Thor Kirby. Awesome. Yeah. Oh yeah. Nice. Check this out. Good old Kirby. Been a while since on Kirby. Mm. Alright. Throw down some Thor here. With cape, yeah. No worries, man. I'm gonna throw in the cape. I just need a decent base for this game. Give him. Womp, womp, womp. Throw down. Sweet. Or helmet here. Very shiny helmet. Alright, Kirby. Need Kirby to be happier from the mouth. Kirby on this. Sweet, sweet Kirby. So do you have a favorite Kirby game? A Kirby game you enjoy? Kirby arm lump. Like I don't I think I've played most of the Kirby games. I think most of the games I've played. I think Kirby I played like Kirby the Puyo Puyo game. And then I played Kirby All Stars, I think, on Super Nintendo. That was like give him a nicer arm. Fatter arm. Oh, yeah. Kirby Superstar. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Kirby's red. Like, I played it. Thing is, I don't remember any of the Kirby game names, but yeah, Kirby Superstar. Nightmare in Dreamland, I think I played a little bit of that. Or like 1,000 times. Kirby Superstar. Alright. Give him Thor's hammer. Ooh, if we pull this off. Yeah, sorry, I'm a little bit rusty with my doodles. Been a while. The Kirby needs. Probably needs to be slightly larger. Oh, yeah, that's fine. I love, like in Smash, I love, like, for example, King DDD, but I also enjoy playing Kirby and stuff like that. Like, the games are very fun and chill. I enjoy kind of the kind of you just pick whatever power you want, just absorb it, just have fun. Crushing a bunch of little cute animal critters. Kirby. Kirby needs Thor hair. Give this Kirby some Thor hair. Some wavy, cool, golden Thor hair. Thor hair. Mm. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. Oh, I was worried at first, but it's starting to come together now. But yeah, in general, I just enjoy a lot of the Nintendo characters. They're very fun. They're very fun and cartoony, I guess, which is what I like about them. Give this hammer a little bit of love here. Or his hammer has a little bit of shape to it. Mm, sweet, sweet Thor hammer. Oh, does it also? It also tapers this way too. Okay. Thor hammer. Oh, yeah, I love Fire Emblem. I do like Advance Wars too. But I haven't, I guess it's been such a long time since they've made an Advance Wars game. But yeah, played most of the Fire Emblem games except for, I guess, the latest one, Three Houses. Thor's hammer. Thor's hammer's got a little thingy. Yes, I've heard of Wargroove, but I have not played it yet. Like I've seen it on sale and I was like, should I buy this game? And then I just went with another game, but I'm sure one day I will play Wargroove. This hammer needs to be larger, probably thundery. Yeah, punch this guy up a little bit. Down a bit. Kirby life here. Let's scale down this Kirby a little bit. Mm, yeah, totally. Kirby's super overpowered. I mean, it was just funny when they did that in in Smash Ultimate, where he's just like the hero, the one guy who survives the apocalypse, and he slowly brings everyone back to life. Kirby, I think he's missing part of his head. More flowing locks here. Uh, a little bit of sheen here, and then I guess some yes, thing on it. Kirby. Hmm. Let's move his foot down. Yeah, totally. Which is also how he plays in the game. Every time I play someone who plays Kirby, that's how they're super slippery. It's super weird. Uh, so what do you think, Cass? You like this one for your first one? Okay, cool. Do you want me to put like King Cash Snyder as the on the name here? Oh, Cash Snyder. Nice. Let's add more to the center. Okay. You technically you're the first donor, but Rapid Punches, who's also in the chat, was the one who let me borrow their microphone, so they're the ones who got number one for this endeavor. Okay. Save this guy into the doodle folder. I don't know, you can throw the next one at me. I will be ready. I totally was never expecting to actually get like any takers on the doodles. Like back when I used to stream in what it was like 2015 or something. Like I opened like a Patreon and I had like doodles, but like hand drawn doodles that I would mail to people for like $1, and I never had any bidders for them. But yeah, I'm ready for your next one whenever you decide. Ooh, Kirby Loki, awesome. Let's do a Kirby Loki. I was a big fan of the Loki show that they came out with. I enjoyed it very much. Yeah, should probably make it like a slightly angrier. That'd be the right shape. Yeah, totally. I mean, maybe at some point I'll do the doodles again. Like what I plan to do now is kind of like prints, like screen printing, which is, I guess it's fancier than doodles, but I'd be able to send those to people in the mail. Very old school. Snail mail, just in a letter. Let's see. You like giant. Make this work. Good old Loki. Down this way. Yeah, totally. I can totally add a mischievous grin. Do this Kirby. Kirby Loki. Gotta get this run. Give Kirby some hair. I always enjoy seeing Kirby with just random hair. Probably figure this one out. I'm also looking forward to, I guess, the new Thor movie, which will come out one day. Maybe. Maybe not. Do you prefer your Loki with very long horns or very short horns? I could just go wild. Figure this out. Mm, Gotta make this more Kirby-like. Actually move this. Gotta make him fatter. Hmm, Feet fatter. Make his hands nubby. Nubby Kirby. Nice. Right. Yeah, it's looking a little bit more like Kirby. Kirby. I guess fun facts. Even though I did enjoy like the Thor Ragnarok and kind of Thor's appearance in like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I don't think I've ever seen either the first Thor movie or the second one either. Never watched them. Like the first time I saw Loki was pretty much in this show. I was like, huh. Should probably watch those other movies, but I never did. Nice. Nice, nice. Yeah, totally. Yeah, Ragnarok is also my favorite. And I'm hoping, I guess, Love and Thunder has a similar vibe. But yeah, it's definitely lots of movies. I feel like this green could be more mischievous. Mm. In there. Yeah, actually, mm, I feel like this guy's not round enough. 6 points. And I think there's one thing it needs. Be more Loki. Yeah, definitely. Loki's definitely kind of like the opposite of Kirby. Well, and Rena, thanks for showing up. Thank you. I will be streaming here every day, so you can catch me whenever. I'll just be here doodling, drawing, maybe doing some low poly art or something. 3D knife, even a knife. Tiny baby knife. Ironic. Okay. Thank you, John T. Riddler. See you around. Have a nice day. Stay safe. Okay, King Cash Snyder, do you enjoy this very devious Kirby Loki? Awesome. I'll just label this guy. Rope King. Mm, awesome. I'm glad you love it. Okay, so let me save this guy. And I believe you have one more. Okay, awesome. That sounds wild. I will do my best to capture that in its entirety. See? It's also weird. I've never considered that I would ever be absorbed by Kirby. See? Do ballerina Kirby, I guess. We're here with this tippy toes. Yeah, we'll give him, I guess, my two favorite drawing tools. A drafting pen and then sketchbook. That's the they got a ring to it. Have a ring, and then here something. A little bit better. So this is Kirby. And Kirby likes things to be fun and huge. Yeah, this top part. Longer. Tiny bit longer. Yeah, back in the day, I would used to do a lot of traditional artwork, mostly drawing with just ink pens. The kind of like the weird ones that they use for like, I guess they used to use for architecture back in the day. That draw like very very consistent lines. They're kind of like fountain pens, but they're weirder. It's like drawing with like a nail or something. It has a really weird feeling. And it was always funny because people would be like, "That's a cool pen. Can I try it?" And then the thing is, you need to draw that. You need to like hold the pen perpendicular to the paper, or else it does not draw. So you have to hold it in a very weird position. Oh, does Kirby ever close his eyes? No idea. All right. First, gonna have my eyebrows. My very thick eyebrows. Yeah, huge. Oh yeah, totally. I mean, I always give it to them and watch them struggle to draw or write down anything. They're very magical in that way. Give Kirby a sketchbook. Sweet, sweet sketch. Mm, I'm gonna draw one of these really small spiral notebooks. I used to use a lot on the bus. I could draw on the bus. Alright. Nice. Oh, it's okay. Let me draw like a cowlick over here. Normally, I have random cowlicks all the time. My hair is just always messy. I think, put more out that way. Cowlicks. Kind of looks like they had a... It's kind of always weird. Kind of like how you imagine yourself, and then how you draw yourself, how other people see you. Always weird. Macro would like fat stars more than skinny stars. Fat star. Fat star here. And a really tiny star right here. Kirby's eyes. That looks weird, but okay. Or too much. Mm, yeah, I guess that's good. Oh, it feels awesome. I actually never considered doing it, so it's interesting to kind of see it come to life in front of my very eyes. Thank you very much, Cash Snyder. Are you happy with this Kirby? That is me, but also Kirby. Oh yeah, that was. I enjoyed drawing that hot dog very much. Also, let me know if you want, I guess, the images, the PNGs of these guys, and I guess I'll find a way to send them to you. Like at some point, I will finish coding my website, which probably maybe next week or something. Cool. Uh, let's see. I'm not sure. Yeah, we totally lost that hot dog contest. Let's see. Which let me send things to people. That would probably be the easiest way.
I love Psycho. Another reason.
Whoa. Where is awesome. I would love to draw more Kirby stuff. For sure. See. Also, thank you for actually donating, because I was never expecting anyone to actually donate anything. Okay, I think let's see. Awesome, that's good to know. I don't know, I guess I have to figure out how to send you these. Wait, let me see if I can whisper. Alright, give me a sec here. Oh, I mean, I do love Animal Crossing a lot. I actually haven't played it since the last update. Also have Monster Hunter Rise, which basically just waiting until the next half of the game comes out, and I can play that too. I could do Smash. I mean, I like playing all the Nintendo games, so I would pretty much just stream whatever, whatever I'm playing. But I'll also take recommendations from people if people want to see specific things. But generally, like I enjoy a lot of the Nintendo games, like a Rock Luigi's Mansion. Always enjoyed that since the GameCube days. Yeah, totally. It sounds like fun. I've been totally trying to, I mean, waiting to get into it again. Especially since the update added so many things to the game. Okay. The Lost Kingdom. I don't think I did. Let me check. Let's see. Might have Lost Kingdom. I did not, but it looks pretty cool. Like of the card games that I've played on the GameCube, it was Bat and Katos, I think. I really enjoyed that one with all the sweet cards. But yeah, I totally love the GameCube era games. Yeah, card games are great. I've been looking at some other the random card games like is it like Cultist Simulator and stuff like that? They look wild. Mhm. Right. Yeah, I played some of the Yu-Gi-Oh games on like I think it was the DS. And I enjoy them a lot, even though it's extremely complex. And I didn't really know most of the rules, but it was still fun to kind of deck build and then play games. And just give me a second, guys. Trying to think of any other card games I might have played at some point. Okay, let's export these guys. Yeah, a lot of the mechanics in card games they get pretty wild. I enjoy kind of that kind of like stuff where you can just kind of build up and I don't know, just kind of be strategic in how you use your cards. With this guy. All right. Yeah, like I guess one of the games I'm looking forward to, which has kind of a card mechanic in it. Oh, I forgot what it's called. It's one of like the local game companies here in Portland was making it. But it's basically kind of like a cross between Fire Emblem and then a card game. King Cast, I sent you an email with the PNGs with like a with I guess the subject matter being doodled tip jar Kirby's. So just let me know if you got those or not. And thanks once again for donating to the worthy cause that is art. Um, yeah, it's like a weird game where there's like a lot of mechanics where you have to move using cards and you have to attack using cards and you have to summon characters using cards. Oh, I think another fun one that I played recently, which is also made by the same people, is Dicey Dungeons, which also has lots of cards in it. It's kind of like a simpler card game, but still pretty fun. Hmm. Where are all these guys? And then I guess the other one's like Loop Hero, which kind of has like a little bit of card system, but it's very basic. All right. I guess back to Halloween stuff. Oh, I sent you an email with the Kirby doodles. So let me know if you get that. But also just talk about just random card games. Like Dicey Dungeons has like a little, I guess one of the characters uses cards. And like I guess another one. Awesome. Another one I was looking forward to is made by like the same company. I forgot what it's called, but it's a game that's basically a cross between Fire Emblem and a card game. So you gotta like move and attack and summon characters with the cards. I've actually never played Dungeons and Dragons. I have seen people play though. Like my friend Rapid Punches, who's probably in the chat still, is a they play or they used to play Dungeons and Dragons. I would watch them kind of play around. But yeah, I think it's a fun game for sure. I like just the whole role playing element. I mean, I used to play like a lot of roguelikes, like the old school ones that are just like ASCII text. And I enjoy those a lot. I guess they're a lot more limited because, you know, it's you're playing on a computer by yourself. But yeah, for the most part, like back when I used to live in Uruguay, they actually had a gaming night that was just like general for the city. And that's where I play like tons of games. For the most part, they never played Dungeons and Dragons because it took too long, but like they would play other board games, like all those fancy board games that they have in Europe and stuff. Yeah, totally. I am totally up to play for sure. I'll play whatever. I'm sure I could come up with a fun character for like a Dungeons and Dragons type scenario. Yeah, I'm always up to interact with people. But yeah, just let me know. I mean, you have my email now with the Kirby's and all that, so like my current plan is just to stream every day now, since this is technically what I do. So it's just I got plenty of time. So if you just let me know, we could work something out. Awesome. But yeah, I mean, it's always one of those things that I wanted to do, but I've never like known too many people who actually play or manage to sustain like a game. So like my friend Rapid Punches, like she was, they were playing a game, and basically they kind of just petered out because it's hard to get like people to come in regularly, especially with the pandemic now. People kind of like get lost. dealing with real world stuff. So but yeah, in general, I'm a big fan of fantasy. Love Lord of the Rings. Love uh I'm drawing so many blanks. I mean, just fantasy in general, and film and literature and games for sure. Like one of the games I'm waiting for this year is Elden Ring because I'm a big fan of the Dark Souls. Just kind of the fun kind of build your character and just fight things. Yeah, it looks great. And I think I'm looking forward to it. I imagine it's just gonna be like a more extended version of Dark Souls, which I love. Like I recently played Skyrim for the first time. I never never played it, and it was kind of fun at the beginning, but then it kind of like I don't know. I kind of lost interest in it because it didn't feel the same. It's like it doesn't give me the same feeling that like a Dark Souls game does. So being able to have like an open world Dark Souls sounds interesting. Mm, throw down some more color. Yeah, definitely always like fantasy. Always like sci-fi. I mean, most of it's pretty decent. There's only a handful where I come across them and I'm like, oh, this is terrible. Probably be yellow. It's brighter. Like I guess recently in the fantasy realm, I watched Amphibia, which was like the world was very fun for what I expected from like a Disney show. I was like, oh, this is pretty fun and gruesome. with the giant bugs and the giant kind of like dinosaur type birds and stuff. I enjoyed it. I don't know. It's just it's fun to have like frogs in a medieval setting, kind of doing fantasy adventure. Mm, this color. Yeah, slowly working on this guy. Messing around with all the random details. Mhm. Yeah, it's generally it's been a while since I've played games with people for the most part. So before it was like game night, playing kind of like those very nice board games that people had, more like a community thing, and then like afterwards I just didn't really play too much of the multiplayer stuff. Been mostly playing just one player. But I guess when I was a kid I used to play a lot more of like the couch stuff. Sitting on the couch playing with other people. But it was different times. Mm. I'm gonna different enough. This I don't know, what are you guys playing? You guys playing anything interesting? I'll probably stream some game later today, but it's gonna be something weird like I mean probably leaning towards like the Swords of Ditto or something. Mm, yellow, yellow, yellow. Darken this. Bit. Oh, that sounds fun. I was considering, I guess, Inscription. I believe is also a card game. It looked pretty interesting, but like I guess some of the recent games I was playing was a Graveyard Keeper. I'm not done with yet, but I'm not gonna stream it because it lags very hard for some reason. I could not figure out how to get it to stop lagging. And I guess I was also playing some like Dungeon Warfare, which is a tower defense game. I have fond memories of playing lots of tower defense games back in the Flash days. And I guess Creeper World, which is also it used to be a Flash game back when I was a kid. And they actually put it up with fancier graphics. Mm-hmm. Let's more like this. Darker to better. Too light. Maybe. I've been playing lots of weird dungeon defense or tower defense games. And I guess just random indie games. I used to play a lot of those too back when I was like in uni. Yeah. Oh, there's a new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game coming out. That sounds cool. Is it like a beat 'em up kind of game? Kind of like the old school Super Nintendo or Nintendo ones? Or the arcade ones? Oh, that sounds awesome. That's a good combo. Yeah. The Streets of Rage 4 people teaming up to make a one of. Yeah, I mean, I always enjoyed doing that. Like, I used to play what Turtles in Time with my cousin back in the day. I do not believe we were very good at it though, but we tried. Like beat 'em ups are hard, dude. I can't. Like I never acquired enough skill to beat them in one go without having like some way to save the game. Like I remember, probably like a year or two before the pandemic. Yeah, patience is key. A year or two before the pandemic, like my cousin came to visit over, and we went to like Ground Control in Portland, which is like an arcade bar, and they had the one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle arcade machines, and we just got destroyed so quickly. And like I guess in Nickelodeon Studios, they also have like they have like a newer version with like the 3D Ninja Turtles, so an arcade game with the 3D Mutant Ninja Turtles. And there was easy because yeah, you didn't have to pay to play, but it was still pretty brutal. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, arcade games are fun, super fun. Yeah, like it was always fun to try, even though like you knew you wouldn't win. Like I would play that one, play like Battle Toads and like the Double Dragons and the crossover with the Battle Toads and Double Dragons. There was like this other one that I played as a kid, which was like an off-brand version of Streets of Rage, which was super weird. I don't remember what it's called. But yeah, I was never any good at any of them. They're always very difficult. I guess there's also like River City Ransom, which is a big one that I played with my cousin a lot, just because it was so wacky. It was such a wacky fighting game or beat 'em up. You could just grab people and throw people, and grab random objects and throw them. But yeah, it's like one of the genres that I haven't played in a long time. Is the beat 'em ups. It's the same with like real time strategy games. I used to play a lot as a kid. Like all the Command and Conquer and Red Alert games, the Westwood stuff. I used to play those all the time. Now I don't play them at all. I haven't touched any real time strategy games. I thank you very much. I don't know. It's probably because I'm old. Like that's I don't know how old you guys are, but I feel like I was born in a different time. I don't know. Like things changed so much since like I was a kid. Super weird. And like I think about these things now, like random memories pop into my head. I'm like, huh, things were super weird, super different. Oh really? Oh, so you're older than me. I'm just 31. But yeah, no, I'm an introvert, so I normally would not stream. Like when I used to stream with other people. But I was born in like on 19 in 1990. Nice. Yeah, Rabbit Punches is also from the 80s. Living their 80s lives. But yeah, normally I don't talk to people at all. I just kind of, I'm like a hermit for the most part. I consume like all the art and never talk to anybody, other than maybe Rapid Punches and a few other people. But for the most part, I'm just hiding. But like the pandemic is kind of like the thing where like people are running out of content to consume. I'm just like, huh, I could just sit there and just draw stuff because I technically do it all the time anyway. Oh, I'll totally get it. I mean, I have a lot of other games that I need to get to, but totally can. Yeah, totally. We could totally play it all. Yeah, it looks fun. Super fun. Mm, Dirt. Yeah, all this weird corner. But yeah, I don't know. I probably should have been streaming years ago, but I guess it just like didn't hit me until like, oh yeah, I should probably do that. It's also me and Rapid Punches are pretty used to it, kind of like just streaming for hours on end. We used to like stream on YouTube using like the Google Chat thingy, and then just have several people drawing at the same time, and then kind of swapping the camera around so like everybody could get kind of their work shown, and everyone can have fun, and sometimes like bouncing ideas off each other and stuff like that. It was more like a community thing than anything else, more than like just trying to like get people to follow you or anything like that. I think that was one of the times where like I guess somebody attempted to set up like I think it was a Pathfinder game, but then I guess they just kind of dropped off. They're like, yeah, I'll DM this, and then they didn't do it. I think we also did like a D&D prompt too to like just draw a character that you'd be using for the game or something like that. but it can be hard to like kind of get people to do things. Like I remember university, like me and my friends would struggle to like set up just one day to get most of us to like go to like eat pizza or something or have a barbecue. Just like one day, like every 3 months, and there'd always be somebody missing because they had stuff to do. So that's just kind of like how it is when when you get older. You just have too many things to do. It's hard to amass people to participate. Whoop, what? Okay, got some ghosts. We need more ghosts. Need more bats. Need more leaves. More cracks in the road. Gotta make these cracks look friendlier. I don't know. I guess the other thing is I haven't talked to people in a long time either. So, like even before the pandemic, I was kind of a hermit, but like the pandemic just made it worse. It was just like, huh, you will never see people ever again. So I probably have like years just worth of conversations I never had, just stored up inside. I guess drawing too, because like the pandemic kind of slowed down the drawing process. Even though I'm like here all the time, I've been doing like other things. Been very productive, but not artistically. So that's also kind of one of the reasons to stream. It's kind of like the slightly more pressure you have with having people watch you do something. Oh, well, I always liked doing art. So I did, like, as far as I can remember, I always drew things. I assume part of it is because of my dad. He was also very artsy, but his art is completely different from mine. He is more of like a Renaissance man. So he likes the Renaissance and like the Renaissance era kind of drawing and I guess anatomy, bodily dynamics, all that stuff. But then like I just mostly doodled during school and stuff in my notebooks. And then it was time for college. And that's when I was like, huh, I should do art. So I was kind of headed towards more of a like, I guess, like computer science when I was in university. I mean, not university, when I was in high school. And what happened was my parents moved me to Uruguay, so I was living over there. And there they make you decide your major in high school. You have to decide, was it your junior year? You have to pick something, or else you're not like allowed to like to access the college courses, even though they are free. You still have to go to a specific high school course to be able to take those courses. So I picked the engineering one, and then I just kind of one day I was like, huh, I should probably just I enjoy doing the art things more because I was during high school I spent a lot of time like game programming and doing little animations and doing drawings like on DeviantArt and stuff like that. So I decided to just jump in, and then I went to art school. Mhm. And that's basically where I started getting much better and started taking art more seriously. But yeah, it was kind of like I always drew things. I mean, at some point when I finish coding my website, I'll probably put up some of the like my kid doodles because I still have some of them around. Yeah. But like for me personally, I guess what happened was when I was like 11 something, yeah, it was 11. Like I found out about global warming and I was like, "Oh, this is a terrible thing that's happening." But like nobody seemed to care, right? It wasn't like a thing that people cared about back in like 2001 for the most part. But like people had known for decades. They were like, "Yeah, this is a problem. We should probably do something about it." So like I got really into the sciences. So even though I did like doing art, I kind of had it as like a fun activity more than like a thing where I'm like, yeah, I have to do that. So like as a child, I was very focused on like, yes, we must save the animals, we must save the environment, we must save humanity. And then it kind of slowly, I was like, oh yeah, that's probably not gonna happen. So it'll probably be okay if I decide to do something that I enjoy, probably more than science. I mean, I do love science though. Science is fun. Math is fun. Oh yeah, I loved it. Love Don't Look Up. I was looking forward to it for a while. 'Cause I do watch like a lot of like the political podcasts and stuff. And so it's like, I know like the writers was like Bernie Sanders campaign writers. I was like, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. It was a lot darker than I thought they would make it, but yeah. I found it to be very fun and accurate. I did see a lot of people kind of upset with the movie. They were like, no, it's too dark, man. I don't know. It's like it's just a thing like I realized when I was like a teenager. I was like, you know, like all my classmates when I was in that weird engineering course that I had to do in high school. Like all my classmates only wanted to be engineers and stuff, basically for money. They were like, "This is the highest paying job, so I'm studying this even though I hate it." And I thought that was weird. I was like, "Oh, that sounds weird. Why would you do that?" And I quickly realized that a lot of people didn't really care too much about a lot of things. They just wanted to survive. So I don't know. It was weird, and I was like, "Okay, I should probably do something I want then instead of just doing this because I think it's probably the right thing to do." I don't know. It's weird. It's It's like I remember like I would try to tell people about like global warming, but like in Uruguay they were like in a completely different world. They didn't even consider global warming as a possibility until very recently. Like the kids in school would be like, "Haha, you're crazy. That'll never happen." I was like, "Okay, cool." So a lot of that kind of stuff kind of set me towards the art path. Like also the difference is like in the US I lived in Connecticut and I went to like I lived in an area where they had like a really fancy like they had lots of rich people there, so the school was very fancy. It had fancy labs. It had like a robotics team. It had all sorts of like really fancy equipment that like when I went to live in Uruguay, they did not have. They were kind of running bare bones. They didn't have textbooks. You had pretty much had to get like everything photocopied to be able to get access to like information. Like they barely had a computer lab. They had like maybe one or two computers for like the whole high school of like 500 kids. So it wasn't so science became less interesting because they just couldn't do a lot of things that you could just do in the fancy school that I went to here, fancy public school, all the fancy technology. Like my school had like this weird research class, which was basically a class for like I guess you needed like a teacher recommendation. Yeah, totally. Yeah, science has been totally been weaponized into like oblivion, and that's why nobody trusts it anymore. Like that's the big thing with the pandemic too. Like, you know, everyone just kind of picks what they believe is true, and then becomes a problem. Well, like the misinformation's crazy. Like I had my parents, like they became anti-vaxxers basically. They were just kind of like, yeah, science is okay, cool, fairly lefty, and then just instantly like they ate up that propaganda and they're like, haha, the government's trying to microchip me. And it's just weird. Like it's a weird change that I did not expect to see that in them, but it was wild. And now they suddenly don't trust anything. I'm like, okay. But yeah, it's rough. But yeah, like the school I went to in Connecticut, like they had like a research class and they had these crazy machines. Like you would have stuff to be able to like uh to distill water. They had like sorts of weird science things that were just ridiculously expensive. I don't even know how a high school had them. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean like also my parents like the random like health guru they listen to. Like even though he doesn't say a lot of the conspiracies out loud, like he refers to the people who say the weird, crazy conspiracies. So I'm like, this guy is pointing to those weird people who are like saying like the crazy things, like the microchips in the vaccines. But you still take this guy as like a credible person because I still think like a lot of the conspiracy people are crazy, but they still believe in some of the conspiracy theories. But yeah, like I don't know. I tried to figure out a way to kind of like bring them back to like you know understanding like some some of the stuff that people say are lies, but it's hard because they don't. It's just they're in a different world. They have like different set of facts. So whatever they say, I'm like, yeah, that's easily disprovable. But they're like, no, this is real. And it's interesting because it like drags people in. Like my sister doesn't believe conspiracy theories like that, but my parents like fear mongering about like the vaccine and stuff scares scares her into like being like, oh, I'm not sure if this is safe because it muddies the waters. Like it's super weird. It's like I understand where like their vaccine hesitancy comes from, but like they just take it to a whole nother level, dude. Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah. I mean that's it's brutal, but yeah. Like my parents were kind of in the same thing, but with like with like, the immune system thing where like, if you're healthy, you have a strong immune system so you can't get infected. You're immune because you took a vitamin or something. Which is also like it's basically the same thing. It's just but like I to a certain extent like I understand kind of but, like my parents specifically, right? They essential workers, so they had to work during the pandemic and the government obviously mostly did nothing for the most part. So like, and then they got COVID, I got COVID from them because they got COVID from work because of the work. Like they worked for Postal Service and Amazon, so like there's like companies don't care. The Postal Service doesn't care. Jeff Bezos doesn't really care too much either. So it's like so they got it, and then like nothing happened to them, so they're just like I'm invincible now because I had COVID once, and then they're like, yo, I don't need to get vaccine. I had COVID. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to see people with so much faith. I'm like, oh, I don't know. I mean, it's a lot of it's people just don't understand the complexity of I don't know, just how things work in general. Things are really complicated. So it makes it easier for them to just simplify it. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the government totally failed the people, dude. Because people had to go to work, and the people who didn't go to work didn't get paid. So they had to find a way to go to work. It's just a total disaster. And like the messaging's been pretty bad too. They're just like, haha, listen to the farmer bros. They're telling you to go keep getting vaccinated. And the people are like, dude, you've told me the vaccine was invincible and that we would have been out of the pandemic by now. The government just kind of made it a little bit worse by messaging in such a terrible way. Yeah, totally. That's the other thing too. People kind of use their common sense and they're like, you're telling me to social distance, but this thing still spreads anyway. And then you change the rules, like, 6 feet apart, which technically doesn't really do much. But now you're packing people in together at school and plus, just all the people can't social distance. That's basically what happened to me. Is right. I live in a multi-generational house with tons of people. So like my family members all go to work, and then suddenly one gets coronavirus, and then we all live in a house, so it's like we all get coronavirus. And like now everyone's like tired, so like my sister had like her daughter's like birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese's a couple days ago, which was like a terrible idea. But kind of I think she's like afraid of the virus, but also afraid of not having a party at Chuck E. Cheese's. So but yeah, anyway, the pandemic makes for a great start to making more art. A lot more arts. Tons more art. Like I've been doing lots of baking during the pandemic. That's partly why I've not been drawing as much. I've been baking and cooking. Kind of support my family because they get tired from having to go outside every day. Like my mom's a carrier, like a mail carrier. Go ahead. Yeah, I'll totally finish your stop motion animation. Like at the beginning of the pandemic, like my mom would took it very seriously. As a mail carrier, the issue she had is like people would just come up to her with no mask on or anything and start talking to her as she was delivering mail. And she would have to kind of like tell them to leave or put on a mask, but most of them didn't have a mask because it was at that point where people were like, I don't believe in the pandemic. So like it made her job significantly worse. I've been cooking so to alleviate kind of the stress of them having to deal with all the people on the outside world. Yeah, totally. Don't worry, dude. I will finish your stop motion animation if you die, which you probably won't. But like, unfortunately, rapid punches actually had a fever the other day, so they are not feeling too hot. Oh, that's cool. Is the warehouse like you work alone, or do you have like a lot of people where you work? Like I used to work at the postal service, and also in the warehouses. And like the problem was, it's just, there's always people on top of you because there's just so many people, and there's so much mail, and there's not enough space. They just cram everybody together, and that's kind of the part of the problem they're having now at the postal service warehouses and processing plants. Oh yeah, that sounds rough. Yeah, flying out definitely gonna be difficult. You're gonna go visit family or something, or just going on vacation. I mean, for the most part, like my family's been pretty lucky because I think the only person who died of COVID in my family is my grandpa, but he was very old and also like he already was suffering. Like, oh, nice. Portugal sounds like a nice place. I'm sure there's a lot of fancy things in Portugal. Oh, that sounds cool. I mean, it's something at least. Like, I'm sure a lot of things aren't open, but the cuisine is probably amazing. But yeah, I can imagine traveling now times is infinitely worse than traveling before the pandemic. Like I would get so tired just flying a plane. Like I think the longest flight I had to do like with layovers and everything was almost like 20 hours or something. Going from Uruguay in South America to up here in Portland. Yeah, it's like it's where half my family's from. Like my mom's side is from Uruguay, which I guess they're technically mostly European anyway, but yeah, they live in Uruguay. A lot of them actually came over to the States, so a lot of my uncles and aunts and all that stuff are here now. I think only like really distant family lives in Uruguay. And then my dad is from Colombia, which is where my other family is. And that's where the grandpa who died is from. He's from Colombia. Oh, he was like really old though, so he was old. He had cancer, so he was probably gonna have a rough time anyway. But yeah, I'm split between I guess those two countries. And then I was born here in the United States. But I know Uruguay more because I've lived there for like 10 years. That's where I went to school and everything. It's like super, I don't know, it's super weird like being, like first generation American and then just going to like where your family's from and you're like, huh, nothing like these people. It's kind of like a cultural disconnect. Like I'm Uruguayan, but I'm also not Uruguayan. At least not as Uruguayan as Uruguayans are. Or the Uruguay, as they pronounce it over there. Uruguayos. Guess I'll be right back. I'm gonna hit up the bathroom for a sec. I think I'm making decent progress here. There's still a possibility I'll finish today. Maybe. Maybe I'll finish this today. Make it thicker. Yeah, I am back. I mean, Uruguay's a weird country. It's a very small, tiny, tiny country. I think the population's like 3.5 million or something. And like half the people live in the capital, which is where I went to school. And the funny thing is, like, the cuisine over there is mostly just meat. Just straight up, just barbecued meat. Which was not very fun because I'm a vegetarian. Like as a kid, I would eat a lot of meat, but like later when I moved there, I did not eat meat, so I got to miss out on a lot of the cultural aspects of Uruguay. They love to like just have barbecues over a big, huge open fire, and drink the yerba mate, and you know they're also extremely talkative over there. They are very uh, yeah, it's mostly flat. It's mostly flat. It's a grassland. It's full of cows. I think the cow population is like triple or quadruple the population. Like, yeah. And also, since, lots of grass, they love soccer. or the football, as I like to say. Football. And I also do not love soccer, which is also unfortunate for me. Like I enjoy watching the World Cup, but I do not enjoy it at any other time. But even though being a very small country, it has like a fairly large amount of like artists, lots of people making stuff, all kinds of stuff. And then like on the Colombian side, I don't know too much. I've been there once when I was like a little kid. I was like 3 or something. I just have extremely vague memories of like fireworks and I guess a farmer's market, like a really big farmer's market. And then maybe like a kiosk run out of somebody's house, like somebody selling like a running convenience store outside of their house and selling all the good. I'm pretty sure it was peanuts is what I ate. Peanuts. But I do not know as much about Colombia as I do about Uruguay. Also because Colombia is extremely large. And like my dad's from like the mountainous region. Like he's in from like a city where they have like really fancy old school buildings. But like a lot of Colombia is very different. There's some tropical parts, there's some cold parts, there's some big cities. But I am not as in tune with that as Uruguay. And even then I'm not too in tune with Uruguay either. Yeah, I only know Spanish. Spanish is the language. And I guess in school, like middle school, I learned some French, some very terrible French, and then in university, I attempted to take Japanese for a little bit, but I was kind of multitasking too hard. So I had to like drop it in favor of. I think I was doing some sort of community service projects involving computers. So yeah, I know Spanish, and I guess if you count computer languages, I know some. I know how to program in some computer languages. I have an affinity for programming languages. But I guess the interesting thing with the Spanish is different. So I technically I know the Spanish from Uruguay because it gets different. Like my brother-in-law is Mexican, Mexican American, and like the Spanish that his family talks is completely different. Also, like the Uruguayan Spanish is very informal, which some people in like other countries, like mostly the northern South American countries or the Central American countries, they don't like how informal it is. They think it's like offensive. And I'm sure the Spanish probably don't like it either because they seem to have a more formal way of talking. But like in the Uruguayan Spanish, one of the big differences is the LY, like the double L. So like I guess in like Colombia they would pronounce like the rain lluvia, like it has a different sound, and then like in Uruguayan Spanish, the double L sound has a sh sound, so it's lluvia. It's a lot more harsh, I guess. The harsher way of pronouncing it. Yeah, so sometimes when I talk to somebody in Spanish from a different country, they have trouble understanding me, and I have trouble understanding them. Just a little bit, though. I think they're usually more confused because it's harder to run into somebody who knows the Uruguayan Spanish than it is to run into somebody who knows the like other forms of Spanish from different countries. Because Uruguay is technically one of the smaller countries in South America. But it's been helpful. Like every time it's weird at the West Coast. Like I don't run. I mostly just run into like Mexican Americans or just straight up Mexican immigrants. Maybe sometimes Central Americans, but for the most part, like there's just not that much diversity up here as there was like on the East Coast. Like on the East Coast, even though like I lived in Connecticut, like go to New York a lot, and over there you got all different kinds of Hispanic people with all their different kinds of Spanish. So it's like I'm somewhat used to like hearing a little bit of Puerto Rican Spanish and like well, Cuban Spanish is very very weird. But every once in a while in Uruguay, I would run into somebody from Venezuela, someone from Cuba, someone from Peru. I think I had a classmate who was Peruvian. But yeah, it's always interesting. But yeah, my Spanish is terrible. Like I have a very thick accent when I speak Spanish. So anytime I do speak it, like people instantly know that I'm not native to any of the places. They just know. They just know. Like instantly. I barely have to say one word, and they're just like, "Oh yeah, you're a gringo. You don't know what you're talking about." But interestingly enough, like my sister does not have an accent at all, so she speaks very natural, like Uruguayan Spanish. I guess the weird thing is like, so technically, Spanish was my first language. That's what I learned as a kid because my parents didn't know English very well because they were immigrants. And then I went to school and I went to like ESL, English as a second language, and then they were just like, don't speak Spanish anymore. And I was a kid, so I was like, okay. And I kind of just forgot how to speak Spanish. So when I moved to Uruguay at like the age of 15, I had to relearn it. And I also had to learn to write and stuff to be able to like do it at a high school level so I could pass high school. But it didn't take too long. I did it pretty quickly. The one thing I hate though is the accent marks, which like a lot of people don't use them anymore because they're a pain in the ass, but technically they're important so you know how to pronounce the word. So I have no idea where they go, and I never put them anywhere unless I use like a some sort of word correction thing. Lamp. Better. That is true. H. Rolf. It does confuse people. Like I met a lot of people who have trouble speaking English. Yeah. Yeah, through tough, yeah, thorough thought. So yeah, that's definitely a big issue because a lot of people like in Uruguay learn to speak English, but they have trouble with a lot of the pronunciations of random words because they're so random. Yeah, I mean that also happens too. There's a lot of like slang that people just use in general, and like my parents also like just pick it up too. So then when they go back to like my mom goes back to Uruguay, and then she has to say certain words, and like the words are different because she learned like the slang here for that like other people use. Yeah, totally. Resume, resume, fiance, and finance. Yeah, that English is totally rough. But I mean, it's fairly useful to know English down over in Uruguay or like other countries. So when I was down there, I actually worked at a call center for several like it. So they outsourced the company's outsourced to the company I was working for, but basically it was Amazon outsourcing their customer service. How'd you? Oh yeah, totally. The read and read is like a whole thing. Did you read? Read is read. Yeah, yeah. Like all the weird. The funny thing is from like the few classes I took of Japanese, the teacher was basically saying the same thing. She was like, in Japan, you kind of have to read the whole sentence to understand what the specific word is referring to because it could refer to many things. And depending on, how much you read, it'll give you different meanings. But yeah, I used to work at a call center and for like Amazon and also for Blue Cross and Blue Shield of New Jersey. And they would have all these it was mostly kids who were like in university level kids just trying to speak English like at Amazon wasn't too bad because you're just sorting people's packages, but like the Blue Cross and Blue Shield thing, you're talking about like medical terms, so they had to like train them to understand and speak medical terms. Wild. Read rhymes with lead and red rhymes with lead. Oh man, that's brutal. No, read rhymes with lead and read rhymes with lead. Yeah, totally. I mean, I can't even read it, and I know English. But yeah, languages are totally wild. It's the more languages you learn, you're like, huh, it becomes weird, especially when you have to think in a different language. But I guess what helps is like in my situation, I had to learn very quickly because I was going to school, so I had classes while I was learning. So and I had to talk to everyone in Spanish, so I learned fairly quickly. By the end of the year, I was pretty decent. I was able to get good grades and all that. Do science and math and stuff and Spanish. Lines. Yeah, like I have several family members who are like my dad's very self-conscious about his English. He wants to like speak it perfectly, but it's hard, especially since it's like specific ways people pronounce things in specific regions and everything. So sometimes he'll be like on TikTok or something, watching videos of people pronouncing things in English. And he always kind of brings me words that he's trying to figure out how to say or how to write or just words he can use instead of other words. Let's see. Okay, we got windows. We got. Guess I should put blinds on these windows too. Oh yeah, blinds. Now we're gonna lower these blinds. Low. Yeah, that was just my mom who just popped in. Boom, boom. This one's too blue. Very, very blue. Lighten this for this a bit. Slowly coming together. So as you guys see, you guys can see I just take a very long time just looking at things and slightly changing colors and be like, oh, doesn't work. And then change them again. And change them again. So I don't really like separate things. Kind of like do a rough draft and then make a layer for line art and then redraw the line art in a very nice tidy way. I kind of just always work it so the sketch slowly morphs into the drawing. A lot of these colors are also placeholders or will be changed a little bit once I add more colors to it. That's generally how I try to figure out where I need to put things. And adjust kind of how things look depending on what I'm going for. I think this one was supposed to be a rock. Rock. Ground. I'll shift the color on this one a little bit. Supposed to be grass. This part is the park part. Okay. Guess the green adds a little bit to it. So do any of you guys do any drawing of your own, or any other artistic pursuits, or non-artistic pursuits of any kind? Well, that's rough, dude. I'm sure you do. It's just it takes a lot of time to make art. It's definitely not for everybody to like just sit down and just make things all the time. Like I would love to make music, but I'm very bad at it and do not understand music at all. I tried to understand music, but it just doesn't work for me. I don't know. I mean, there's other stuff you could be doing too. Like I also do a lot of baking outside of drawing, which is also creative, I guess. I made this cornbread. Yeah, I guess I could. I could add honey instead of sugar. I guess I just have to figure out how much honey I would have to add to replace some of the sugar. Mm-hmm. If this line is, it must be deleted. This also should not be here. I don't know. I mean, Rapid Punch is over there. It does a lot of all sorts of crazy artistic pursuits, like needle felting and most stop motion, knitting, stuff like that. They are like the ultimate hobby king. Like we were also working on doing some like Arduino stuff, some kind of, I guess, electronics, weird electronic robot thingies. Just weird, very artsy fartsy robots that kind of like serve no purpose but are fun to make anyway. Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff is just learning like some basic things and then you kind of go off and experiment and just kind of figure it out from there. Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of it is kind of being okay with the fact that a lot of things you're gonna make are gonna be terrible. Like for art wise, I think that's a lot of people's weakness is just like they're afraid of making something bad. But it's okay to do art crimes every once in a while. It's okay to make drawings that aren't good. I do it all the time. Same with cooking too. Like when I cook something, sometimes I'll make like, let me try this change, and then it ends up like it's still edible, but it's not ideal. Yeah. Like recently I took up to doing like low poly 3D models using like a very specific program. And I guess the fun in it is like since I don't really know what I'm doing and I don't really care too much either, I just do whatever. And if it comes out good, it comes out good. If it doesn't, like I had fun anyway, messing around with it. Yeah, the people, my family ate that rosemary garlic bread extremely quickly. Like it was gone. You got like one slice and then it was gone. I mean, so for the rest of you, like what I did, I started doing during the pandemic, mostly to save money and kind of trips to the supermarket, is I started baking bread. I bake my own bread and bread for the family. Because if we buy bread, like people just devour it, and then I get no bread, and then I'm sad because I don't get to make sandwiches or anything. So by buying like just enough flour to bake bread when I need bread, I have access to bread all the time now. But my family still devours it extremely quickly. But like I made bread, which I assumed would at least last a couple days into me starting to stream, and it's already gone. So I'll probably have to make more bread, or at least bread dough today. Yeah, I mean it's super helpful to have. That way you can also avoid like that's what my family's been doing. We've been making a lot of things that can be made at home to avoid having to go to the supermarket as often. We've also been like baking like baked goods because like if you go to the supermarket and buy baked goods, they're fairly expensive, especially if there's like 8 people in your house and they're just gonna eat it all in one day. And like the 10 after put it down on the table, it's gone. At least being able to bake it means you can at least make more of it. Especially now. So like I haven't had too many problems after the only one day that was terrible was like that one day when like Trump declared national emergency for the pandemic. Like that day, I had to go shopping at the grocery store and it was just wild. There's people just grabbing everything they could. So like the shelves were barren, but for the rest of the time, since I live in the middle of nowhere, there's still food now. But like I know Rapid has issues like at some of the supermarkets in Portland because they just can't seem to keep stock for certain items. So it's kind of hard to like get them if you don't make stuff yourself. That is even if they have them. Like even I guess even a couple weeks after everyone just kind of looted the store for for all the food that there was in there, like they would limit the amount of flour you could buy or the amount of canned goods you could buy, which was super annoying. Especially if you need to buy something that was like on that list. Things that you, yeah, that too. Like I remember the whole alcohol thing and the and the hand sanitizer, or like the dish the the hand soap also. Yeah, so Rapid's having a hard time over there in Portland. Yeah, we had limits here for a while, but not. Yeah, I think it only lasted a couple months. Yeah, it's weird. I wonder what people are using distilled water for. I see. That makes sense, yeah. Yeah, that must be rough. Trying to get medical supplies when you're elderly and people are just buying them like crazy. Totally. I mean, it's super rough. Yeah, it's weird. I know distilled water tastes. For me personally, it tastes really terrible. I don't know why I tried it once, but it might have been at school or something, just so they could show us like, taste this, kids. Delicious distilled water, full of nothing. Yeah, totally. That's yeah. The pandemic's been been rough for a lot of people. Whoop. Uh, Weird punk boys. Hmm. Where the had this mailbox? And we got leaves. We got ghosts. Guess I could sneak ghosts over here. Never have too many ghosts. Yeah, there we go. Also, let's see. I don't know. Outside of baking, I don't think I've been doing much else. That's baking and cooking. I mean, I watch the news a lot, but that's not really much of a hobby. I don't know. I guess I watch a lot of films and TV shows. Need to put something over here. Over this spot. Weird empty spot. There we got balls, balls. There's just a road there. Like my mom personally, she got into like chickens, so she now has chickens. I mean, she's always been doing gardening and stuff, but her thing this year has been chickens. Getting chickens, getting them eggs, raising chickens. My dad built her like a whole chicken coop. I helped out for some of the bits. Hmm. I guess that was the other thing I did this year. At the beginning of the year, I helped my parents do some home improvements. So like we ripped out the floors and stuff, which we had to do ourselves, or else it's completely unaffordable. And then had to build like the cabinets and things, and rip out everything, and then clean it all up. It took like several months. So I spent like most of like I think it was January, February, March, just not making any art, just ripping things up. the kitchen and installing floors and stuff like that. And that was a whole fun learning process about how things work. I knew nothing about construction at all, so I don't know, it's always interesting to kind of just do random things and be like, just learn really random skills. And I can apply it to whatever art thing I'm making. We also had to do like some plumbing rearrangement and stuff like that. I spent a lot of time helping my dad figure that out, looking up the building codes and all that stuff, figure out what was legal and what was not. Okay, we're adding more here. We need kind of weaken this line a little bit. There's don't look too crazy. Weaken these lines and then we'll strengthen them with colors. Separate different sides of the plank. I think my big achievement this year was making pumpkin pie. Like I really like pumpkin pie, but I never made pumpkin pie. The one time I made it was like in middle school, in like home ec class. They were like, "You make a pie," and you got to choose. And I was the only kid who was like, "I love pumpkin pie." All the other kids were like, "You." So this year, like I guess my sister invited me to go to pumpkin patch, which we did, and I picked out a really old, nasty pumpkin, but it was still good on the inside. So I was able to turn it into pumpkin pie, and it tasted pretty good. And I also made it vegan for my friend Rapid over there, who is allergic to many things and thus could not eat regular pumpkin pie without suffering the consequences. But yeah, last year that was my great accomplishment was the pumpkin pie. Yeah, people don't appreciate people with food allergies. Like I've met so many people with food allergies. It's terrible. It's terrible to not be able to eat things. That makes sense. We crack this road. Let's crack it better. Yeah, I mean you can just eat whatever, but it's generally best to avoid kind of falling apart because you ate something. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of good food has peanuts in it. I mean, it's easily replaceable, but I guess it doesn't taste the same. Oh yeah, totally. But like almond buttercups don't taste too bad. Like I can live with it. I could live with just eating almond buttercups. And technically, I haven't had like peanut butter PB&J in a while. I mostly just stick with the almond butter sometimes. Mostly because my parents don't want to eat peanuts for whatever reason. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a difference between choosing not to eat something and not being able to eat something because it'll have terrible consequences. It's like I love seafood, but I don't eat it because, yeah, I just don't want to. I don't want to eat the fish. Fish are friends. But yeah, I have a couple family members who are like, they're not supposed. I mean, they shouldn't eat like dairy products or eggs and stuff like that. But they do, and they'll gladly take the terrible consequences for some delicious eggs and cheese. Okay, let's separate these piles a little bit. Berry orange. Might be too orange. Draw. You need more bats. This house is probably a little bit too dark. House is too bright. A little bit. Now it's yellow. Okay. And this one down too. See if we can get the right blend. This probably should be bluer. Okay, awesome. So then we'll have to turn on that lamp maybe. Or maybe I can just leave it dark. I mean, there's always somebody who's like, I don't want to give any candy out on Halloween. And they just leave all their lights off. Dark, maybe. Better. Much better. This white and there we go. That looks a little bit more nighttimey. Nighttime. Darken that part. And just okay. Well, it's getting closer. Face. Shoes. Shoes. Jeans, I guess. If I were a child, I'd be wearing jeans. Wow, let's see what's going on here. Hidden. Wow. Thank you, Rapid, for knocking out the weird spam bot. Spam bot. Yes, that means I'm successful enough to think that I want more views. But it's not about the views, it's about the art. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Rapid. I mean, you should probably rest, though. Like, you shouldn't go too hard, dude. Even though you're just watching the stream, it's still a lot of effort. Like, if I was sick, I'd just be asleep. Sleep until I felt better. Like the handful of times I had to work while I was sick was like the worst thing ever. Okay. Hmm, right. The thread. Black down to here. Kind of weird. That's that should be more. Hmm, I have no idea. Work on that part later. There's one guy back there. I don't know. Here. Very good. Mhm. Mhm. All right. Add more color. More color. More bats. House needs more. Oh, another doodle. Nice. Awesome. Thanks once again, Cass. King Cass Snyder. I will totally start that right now. Galacticus Kirby. Alright, let me pull up some reference to Galacticus. I know that Galacticus has a pretty sweet helmet. Very glorious helmet. Oh yeah, that helmet is wild. Alright, this bad boy. Here we go. Oh yeah. Big sweet Kirby. Let's do a very round Kirby. Oh, it's more this way. Like that. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so it goes all the way down. Okay. Actually, figure out how to do Kirby's eyes in here. Oh yeah, okay. Let's do. I guess the fun part will be figuring out how to do his eyes. Got layers. Tons of layers. Weird. Oh yeah, he totally did. He loved hats. Very big, tall hats. Guess let's go for this one. Oh, weird. Weird Galactus hats. Alright. Kirby's gonna be more hat than Kirby for this one. Figure out how to do this one. Yeah, I guess Kirby also is about hats. Like he loves hats too. Maybe that's why Kirby's named Kirby. Named after Jack Kirby and his hats. Alright, that kind of has the shape I need. Alright. More. Oh man. Mm. More. Kirby needs to be more stanced. Needs more bravado. Alright. I don't know. Okay, yeah. Give him more angry eyes. That's not kind of like the kept Falcon eyes. But yeah, that could work. Galactus. I have to make the bottom of the helmet too. Figure it out. Galactus very Rectangular. Kirby is not rectangular at all. Give him like a curve slightly. Shadow here. Probably what's gonna sell it the most. Shadow. Wow, I don't even know what that is. Okay, I'll just assume it's like thing shape or shapes. Found some darkness in here. It's like sorry, I'm just looking at different types of hats. Galactus has a very fancy hat. It's very fancy, so seems to be something like this. Oh yeah, okay. Better. Kind of think someone needs a stronger shape. Alright, we're gonna have to do this. More of a galactic shape. Make these lines stronger. Mm, wild one. Alright. Need a little bit of a chin guard here. Even though Kirby does not have a chin. Wild. Okay. I like this weird cat. Yeah. Make this work. That weird comic book shading. Oh, I'm glad you like it so far. Yeah, it's always fun to kind of just doodle out things, especially random things. Like I would also probably usually never draw. It's very fun. Also, it's kind of like some weird kind of kit bashing because you're mixing two characters that are like extremely different. We got to make them fit together. Like a challenge. Hmm. Shape, depth. That's this part. The depth here. A bit of depth here. Yeah. This is the only part that's weird is this part. Dude, need to move it out this way. A little bit. Hmm. Oops. Like he's having his face. This. Weird. Okay. Oh, okay, almost there. Darken sides. Must be some weird balls of paint. A little bit too wild. I'll make this match. But Mm, Needs a little bit more. Okay. Yeah, just crazy. Moon shape a little bit better. Shredder Kirby also. Okay. Back here. It's number 5. Yeah, number 5. Oh yeah, Shredder Kirby's gonna be wild. Be wild for sure. Yeah, I think pull up some references for Shredder here. Damn Shredder. Cowbunga man. Let's see. Awesome. Shredder time. Okay. Make this one gnarly. Gnarly as can be. This guy also has a huge face mask. Yeah. Shape. Holy curb. Yep. Gold Kirby. Run. Got helmet up here. Wait. feet. Actually, I think he'd be like this. Yeah. Make it a little bit nubbier. Nubby. Oh, surely have two. Odds. Hey, I'll do better than that. Yeah, shorten that. Kirby the shredder. The shredder shoulder pads. Kirby the tiny shredder shoulder pads. Then these weird shredder gauntlets. Something like that. Yeah. Kirby two. It needs to be a little bit rotund. Not Kirby. I guess to make it more like the comics, I gotta make them very rough. Those people, maybe. I think also should ask. Let's do it. Do the weird Meta Knight flying cape. Yeah, this reminds me that I did not put the cape on Thor. Totally forgot to do that. Oh, that's wild. Well, let me know what you got, Rapid Punches. I finish up this Shredder Kirby. Needs more curve. See. Okay, let me see a little bit more on here. His Rapid Punches might also be asleep. This little harbor. Battery. Hey, Rapid, are you there? Yeah, I think Rapid might be asleep. She or they were feeling pretty terrible today. All right. Shredder. These claws a little bit. Oh. Yes, that kind of looks okay. Dings. Yeah, I can cast, I think, Rapid is gone. They might not be able to choose the next form. Doesn't Shred have a shredded cape? Yes, yes he does. Oh, awesome, yeah. That sounds good. I can whip out Kirby Kratos. I did enjoy I guess, what the PlayStation 2, the first Kratos game back in the day. Only one I've played, but I enjoyed it very much. Even though it's not, I guess, my kind of game style. Nice. Yeah, maybe one day I will play the rest of the game. Huh, like this. Save this guy. Thank you very much. I'm glad you like the Shredder Kirby. He was a little bit easier than the Galactus Kirby. It's number 6. Mm, uh, Yeah, totally. That's fun. It's fun to draw kind of big, weird metal things. Oh, I didn't miss much rapid. Just doing Kirby's, more Kirby's. Fish Kratos. 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 All right. Wow. Okay, I guess He-Man Kirby then. He-Man Kirby it is. Okay, He-Man. Good old He-Man. Yeah, it's gonna be wild. Alright. Hmm. First of all, let's get this He-Man. Let's figure out how to do hair. I guess I could take the maze hair shorter. Kirby. I think. Wow, it's okay. Alright, pull this down a little bit. Thanks again, King Cash Snyder, for more doodle tips. Sweet doodle tips. Oh, I see. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, yeah, that sounds good. All right, let's do that. Sweet He-Man sword. Yeah, I mean Thundercats are pretty great. I grew up more with Thundercats than with He-Man, but I did enjoy, I guess, the reboot of He-Man that came out on Netflix. The giant sword. Okay. Oop, oop. Sword is wild. Okay. Bits here and there. What's this? Okay, my sword is becoming deformed. Right, I do that wrong. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah. Totally. I'll totally get to those. I'm just struggling here a little bit. Sometimes weird shapes can be problems. Kind of throw me off sometimes. Just sometimes I'll look at something and it'll be like, huh, I understand this shape, and then I go draw it and I'm like, no, I did not understand the shape at all. Yeah. Well, I guess it's good to know that it has something to describe it. But yeah, He-Man's sword is wild. It's a wild sword. That's alright. Let's give him some nicer He-Man hair here. Yeah, there we go. That weird little curve. One thing he needs is reference the power of grace. Nice. Oh, oh, too big. Make it more skull-like. Go. Gray skull and some red belt thingy. Yeah, that did not come in. Okay. Joyful. Alright. Mouse up higher. Give him his little cross. Yeah, make it a little bit better. That actually goes up to his shoulders. Okay, let's see. If this works. Yeah, kind of is. Alright. Some hair. Power of Grayskull. A little bit here. Trying this out. What do you guys think? Okay. Or kind of He-Man Kirby. Awesome. Okay. Another one down. Which one should I do next? Should I do Kratos first or should I do Lionel first? Add Kirby. Add or mean or Kirby. Add mean Kirby. Okay, I guess I'll start with Kratos then. Kratos, very mean. Grumpy. Very, very grumpy. Grumpy old Kratos. Grumpy Kratos. Kratos, man. Give him. This Kirby a little bit of flair. Kratos chain knives. See. I don't even know what Kratos knives look like, except that they're extraordinarily jagged. Yeah, there you go. Super jagged. Very, very jagged. Sweet doodles. Okay. Okay. Good shape. Whoop. Oh, that's tank. Give him some. That. Needs also be chained. Okay, this Kirby needs chiseled jawline. Hmm. Tough one. Kratos is bald. Very bald. Bald, he's angry. He's got weird body paint. Do this, that, this. Oh, Kratos. Oh, weird blades. See if I can give these plates some personality, because they're kind of lacking a little bit. Weird. Doo-doo-doo. He's also got a scar, right? Pardon me. Yes. Black. Oh, a bit more color. The chains are there. What do you think, King Cass? This is very angry Kratos Kirby. Yeah. I mean, he lost his family, so yeah. Yes. Yeah, there should be chains on these two. And I think that's the one thing. Yeah, it is more anger. Or anger to his brow. Actually goes on the other side. A little bit of shine to his eye. Okay. Fortunately, Kratos is very bald. I think it's, yeah. I don't think it'd be Kirby if I chisel him too much. Should make this Kirby very, very fat. I guess kind of weird. Alright. We'll leave that one there. Let me write this down. I'll do a Lionel Kirby. Alright. Number 8. Two. Lionel. Any of you guys ever watched the what's it called? Thundercats Go? Like the very cartoony remake of Thundercats. I see. I think I saw like an episode or two. It wasn't too bad, but it's just very different from like the I guess the original Thundercats show. Okay, so Lionel has a magic bullet this thing. It's gonna be very hairy. It's gonna be wild. Might be too much hair. Wild hair. Uh, yes. Thundercats. Oh. Alright. Mm. Very nice glove on one side. Very fancy sword on the other side. That'll flesh out that hair. Yeah, I guess it's always just weird when they decide to like reboot a show to make it completely different for no reason. They're just like, yes, we'll take this show that everyone has fond memories of and just make it into a very goofy cartoon. It's definitely fun to see though. I enjoy watching weird cartoons. Hmm. Hmm. It's very thin. Get more Kirby vibe. It gets a little bit weird. Exaggerate this a little bit more. Nail this hair. All about that very nice hair. I should make it more swoopy. Or something like that. And tone down the sideburns. The wee bits. Work. A little bit of this. A little bit of that. Uh, Close. Over here. Hmm. Here looks like a glove. Yeah, that's stuff. This to be a little bit smoother. A little bit smoother here. Pointed. Kind of weird. Here. Yeah, sideburn. Oh, it's kind of wild. He kind of looks like Blanca. A little bit. I guess I could actually give him his belt. That's what he needs. The Thundercat's belt. I probably should have looked at more of the Smash Bros. Kirby costumes. Give me hints on how I should be tackling this. Let's make this. Yeah, we're going. Spells a little bit. Awesome. So well. Okay. Go on, this arm should be fatter. Kirby. It's a very pointy foot. A little bit of on the blade. Okay. And the one thing that he needs. Actually, I don't know if I can draw thunder. Fine. If people interpret it as lightning. It's a thunderbolt, so thunder. Okay, King Chaos. What do you think? What do you think of this? Kind of very Blanca looking Lionel. Awesome. Alright, let's throw down this guy. Awesome, very awesome. Awesome. Oh, I think you still have one more doodle than you did. One more doodle, because I think I made 8 for you. Gave me $9. So if you got one more that you want, one more Kirby. Oh yeah, totally. Love me some crocodile. Big fan of One Piece. Good old crocodile. Do crocodile. Do, do. It's been such a long time since I've seen One Piece. Oof. I actually don't remember how far I got in the anime, but I know that, and it's like it's just taking too long. So I read the manga up to wherever it was, like 10 years ago. Let's see if we can do crocodile justice. Mm, mm, mm. Kirby. Yeah, you draw them that way. Figure this out. Yeah, Kirby teeth is kind of weird. Okay, we'll figure this out. I don't know if Kirby should have teeth ever. He's on. Kirby has his eyes way closer to. Yeah, it's my fault. Kirby anime eyes. Good. Oh, yeah, this can totally look weird. Oh man. Here. Fly hand. Hook hand. Okay. Awesome. Make it huge. Here. Yes. Busted. Right. This guy needs is tiny bit of tiny jagged. Because this is One Piece, and all these One Piece characters need to have a jagged. Hmm. Wild here. Oh, weird here. Fix this smoke. That's everything else. Oh yeah, he's a pretty fun character, I think. Like I enjoyed his weird sand powers. And kind of how Luffy had to defeat him using water. I thought that was a fun story arc when I first read it back in the day. I think improve scars. Mm. Okay, let's give this hook a little bit of love. Up off a little bit. Mm. Father. Here could be better. A bit. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you like it, Kingcast. Yeah. Actually, not the first time I've drawn Crocodile, I guess, but this the first time I've drawn him as a Kirby. Or absorbs by Kirby. Weird Kirby hat. Alright. So I will save this guy. Alright. Awesome. Well, thank you very much, King Cass. Glad you enjoyed all the Kirby's. The many, many Kirby's. Awesome, thanks. I hope you have a nice night. Yeah, I'll probably also head out now, have some dinner and something. But I'll be around most days, for the most part. But yeah, it was fun. Fun to draw all the Kirby's. I'll send you the drawings and I'll respond to your email. Yeah, no worries, man. We'll cut the stream down here, but thanks again. Good night. Thanks for your patronage. Okay. Cut out. Everybody have a nice night. Tomorrow I'll finish this the Halloween stuff. This bad boy. Yeah, see ya, Cass. Have a nice night. Alright. Hey guys, I'm heading out. Bye bye.